That seems pretty darn good. Yes.
Yes, it feels very good. Did you get your hair done?
Did I?
Yeah, it looks
No,
good.
I combed.
Yeah. Looks like we're struggling to find a quorum.
I bet we are today.
Important stuff all. I think late nights for many.
Yes.
Just checking in with the two of you, three of you. You can hear us, me specifically.
Yes. Yes, Ashley, we got you.
Thank you.
Doug, can you tell me, Marlene has left the employee of the city in HR. Who is the person I would go to if I had an HR question now?
All of my HR questions go to Maggie Burke, and then she sort of triages them
Perfect.
out to the person who can help.
Yeah, totally fine. Maggie, she's awesome. Okay.
That's great to know.
Yeah, I always have just random stuff that I need to ask.
Kevin, do you plan to, or Vice Mayor, do you plan to attend or participate in any of the Nevada League of Cities conference?
You know, I was just waiting to get through the election because I didn't want to
Right.
sign up for a conference that maybe I wasn't going to get invited to. Is there a way for you or Karina to tell me what my options are? Because I absolutely love the organization and attending. I just need to see if I can fit it in.
Okay, yes. And Karina, all it is the
surcharge today at 10. I've only got
it's like $32 and
Yeah, no, the price I'm not worried about.
right. And so you can just pop into whatever you can do. So it's next we can send you the program so that you can understand that. But what I'm going to do is I can't attend it all. And so I'm just going to pop in for certain things when I can. So that's what's so cool. But yes, Karina can sign you up, and then you can choose to, attend an event or not, or whatever. And they have a lot of great speakers, and they're talking about the property. There's one section that's the property tax.
Madam Clerk, we're not broadcasting yet, correct? Apparently they can hear all the exciting comments on YouTube. So.
Oh, I'm sorry.
No, it's nothing to be sorry about. We want people to know that we're friends, that we love each other.
Yes.
That's good for our democracy.
Hi, can you hear me?
Madam Mayor, yes.
Hi, I'm having some connectivity issues. How's everyone doing? You guys tired?
Oh, nothing happening.
Congratulations.
Councilmember Jordan, your hair is on fire.
So cute.
Dang.
This is when you go to your hairdresser and say, do your magic. Yes, super
That's some magic. That's like savoir faire.
Thank you. Okay, Madam Clerk,
Madam Mayor,
are we ready?
We're almost ready. I just need the internet
How are
to
you doing?
catch up.
What time did you get?
2 a.m. I think.
Thank you for what you do. I know it's always a brutal night for you.
I really like when we have council meetings the next day. We did this after the primary too, so I'll perhaps bring that up next election cycle if we could look at the calendar in advance.
Right? Because I bet you've maybe had 15 minutes of sleep, so.
About that, but I did get an extra cup of coffee, so we should be fine.
Okay, well then I'm going to have you kick us off and lead us in the pledge because you're feeling wide awake.
Even better.
So go right ahead.
Okay. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America.
To the indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Justice for all. All right, good job. Okay, Madam Clerk, call the roll, please.
All right, Madam Mayor, roll call for the Reno City Council for today, Wednesday, November 4th. Breckus,
Here.
Dewar,
Here.
Delgado, Weber,
Here.
Garden,
Here.
Reese,
Here.
Peavy.
Here.
Madam Mayor, you do have a quorum of the Reno City Council. At this time, we will transition to general public comment. Public comment is for items reserved for something not on our agenda today. These have been submitted to our office and have then been sent over to council and are part of the official record. We received public comment in the general category for items not on your agenda today from James Van Winkle, David Simmerall, Arnold Brock Jr., and Molly Cox. Additionally, we did receive one voicemail from someone we believe to be named Adrian. The recording is not great. However, we will now play that for council at this time.
My name is Adrian. I'm calling to request that Henry Cadello be appointed for the judiciary seat in District 4.
And with that, Madam Mayor, we have no further public comment, and we will be transitioning to approval of your agenda. I'll send it over to your city manager with any updates or changes he may have.
Okay, take it away.
Good morning, Madam Mayor, members of the council. Doug Thornley, City Manager for the record. This morning, item B4 is going to be pulled from the agenda. You'll see that again in December. It gives us a little more time to get some better data on C-tax and taxable sales. And then item C1 and its companion item on the redevelopment agenda, it's our recommendation that you open the public hearing but continue the item to your next, to your next meeting to give us a little more time to work with all parties involved there.
Okay.
Mr. City Manager, was that B as in boy 4?
Councilmember Dewar, yes, that is B as in boy 4.
Thank you.
All right, back at you, Madam Clerk.
Madam Mayor, with those changes, thank you. Looking for your motion on the table from Councilmember Reese.
All right, so make it a motion to approve the agenda. I have a Motion from Councilman Reese and second from Councilwoman Dewar. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed? Motion carries.
Madam Mayor, transitioning to your consent agenda, it should be noted for the record, we did not receive any public comment specific to the consent agenda. We will now turn it over to council for any items they would like to be pulled for discussion.
Okay, great. Councilwoman Breckus.
I'd like to pull B7 and B10, please.
Councilwoman Jordan. Councilman Reese.
No.
Councilman Delgado.
No.
Councilwoman Weber.
Nothing, thank you.
Councilwoman Dewar.
No, thank you.
All right. Then at this time, I would ask for a motion to approve all consent agenda items besides B7 and B10.
Move to approve.
I have a motion from Councilwoman Weber, a second from Councilwoman Dewar. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed? Motion carries unanimously. Okay, heading over to item B7, Councilwoman Breckus.
Can we get a staff report on this item?
On this item, we will now move over John Flansburgh, your Public Works Director, to be able to answer any questions on this. He'll be joining us as a panelist. All right, Mr. Flansburgh, you're unmuted and you have the floor. Welcome to the meeting.
Thank you. Good morning, and sorry for that. That transition always leaves us out there in space a little bit. I believe that there was a request for a presentation, staff presentation. This is a basis of design report. It really is to help us to vet out the pros, the benefits of the advanced water treatment and our relationship with Tumwa. The item B6 just before this was to have an agreement with Tumwa where they would pay for 1/2 of the costs. The Tumwa Board of Directors did approve this item in their agenda or their meeting this past month. Primarily what this is going to do is give us a really good idea on those exact costs, where those benefits and cost sharing will take place. That will help inform us to bring back to you a agreement between Tumwa and ourselves on the advanced water treatment at American Flat. So that is the primary focus and drive of this agenda item. And again, because there is benefits both to the Truckee Meadows Water Authority as well as City of Reno, they have agreed to cost share this agreement, this consultant work with us.
Madam Mayor, may I ask a question?
Go ahead, Ms. Breckus.
Okay. So what is the product going to be with this?
So the product here is to really vet out the exact alignment of where we would put the pipeline in to take water up to American Flat, help us on a general cost basis of what the advanced water treatment is going to cost and to operate, and really vetting out, again, those benefits between the Truckee Meadows Water Authority and City of Reno on turning our effluent water, treating it to the A+ standard, and then injecting in and later recovering that water for use both in reuse and as well as potable.
So when you say the water, vet out the water, is it effluent you're talking about?
So yes, so the Class A effluent that we produce at Reno Stead now, this process, as we've been talking about, would be the treatment and cost of both construction and operations of the advanced water treatment facility to be able to then directly inject into the aquifer for later recovery.
So it's going to design the transmission route, the transmission facilities away from Risworth out in American Flats to then re-inject that into the water, into the groundwater?
Into the aquifer groundwater, yes.
Okay, and so the aquifer has been proven up as able to receive this 2 million gallons a day that we are expanding the plant for?
The aquifer has been proven up that it can take at least 2 million gallons a day for up to 5 years before use has to occur. and we would look to have use much sooner than that. In fact, we would end up using this as an alternate supply for water when needed for the American Flat Farm, especially as we're proving up with the regulators on the Nevada Department of Environmental Protection on this whole overall process.
The farm. Whose farm is this?
This is the land that's owned by Washoe County that we've been using for irrigation and planting and irrigation for the Swan Lake water this past year.
So instead of going straight from Risworth to then out to that farm to then crop spray, it's going to go in this transmission, get re-injected, pull up, and then irrigate these crops?
As an initial use, it would, and then later we'd anticipate that we would end up moving this to potable water supply.
Potable water supply. Okay. How far out is that?
We anticipate 5 to 7 years, potentially, with the regulators.
5 to 7 years. Okay. And you said, decide who's going to do what between Tumwa and us. I didn't really see that in this scope because this is an engineering firm, and that seems more like policy decisions. Are they going to...
Certainly, in order to make an informed policy decision, you're going to want to know costs and benefits of the overall project and where those lie both for the Tumwa Board of Directors as well as the Reno City Council. And so this is the information that we need to gather to bring that information back to you on really vetting out where the costs of operations as well as the construction cost for this project.
And then what about this concept?
Ms. Breckus, hold on one second.
Sorry,
Let me just see if there's anybody else who has any questions. Any of the council members have any additional questions on this item? Okay, Ms. Breckus, 3 minutes.
Thank you. And let me what is this reservoir concept? Do you have some work going on, design work going on a reservoir concept right now also?
So we, through the council, we have a feasibility study of the Red Rock Reservoir. So that is also going on. We had always looked at the effluent management as being 2 projects, one being the American Flat Aquifer and Recovery Project, which is what we're talking about here. And then the feasibility study is for the Red Rock Dam site, reservoir site, for holding effluent water for reuse, similar to what we do in South Truckee Meadows with Washoe County and the South Truckee Meadows plant.
So let me get this straight. So out of Risworth, we're going to have 3 pipes, one going to Aqua Recharge, one going to this dam, and then the other going straight up to the farm?
Potentially, well, no, we would have one going to the Aqua Recovery Recharge at American Flat. That same pipe potentially would also be used or could be sized for Red Rock Reservoir. That'll be some of the study happening with this. Okay. And then, of course, the other thing that we do currently is we discharge to Horse Creek, which flows to Swan Lake.
Okay, so it'll go from Risworth to the Aquifer recharge place, and then it'll get pulled out and then go to the dam.
No, we would pull that water out separately, and ideally we would look at using that for potable water supply. Okay. The Red Rock Reservoir would be specifically used for reuse, for effluent reuse.
Okay, the line would split. And then what about the conversation with the Indian colony that we had at a special meeting a couple months ago? Where's that concept? Yeah,
we're still working with them through the deal points and understanding of what their needs are and what we see as our needs. And so we're still working with them on that. And that's going to be key for us, Councilmember Breckus, and I'm glad you brought that up because we're going to need that information when we finalize our sewer connection piece.
Where's that pipe go?
If we end up going with the Reno Sparks Indian Colony, we would most likely not construct the Red Rock Reservoir. We would end up
okay. So we're studying it. We're to be determined. And I guess my final question is: you brought up sewer connection fees. Where are we at on that? Because it sounds like a lot of infrastructure that we're planning, and someone has to pay for that.
So just as you mentioned, the most important part here is, depending on where our conversation with Sparks Indian Colony and agreement to that it will potentially remove costs for the Red Rock Reservoir portion. So that would be something that we need to be informed upon because that directly affects the rates. And we also need to have some information here on the American Flat, which we think we have a pretty good handle on the overall costs, but we really want to dive into this agreement here to talk about not just the construction, but also the maintenance and operations, and then those benefits between the two groups and where that should lie.
Okay.
So,
Well,
policy makers can have great information to work off of for making policy.
great. Thank you.
Thank you. Can I get a motion, please? Councilmember Weber, motion to approve, second by Councilmember Dewar. All those in favor, please signify by saying aye.
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 Any opposed, nay. Motion carries unanimous.
Mr. Vice Mayor, with that, moving to item B10 as
All
pulled by
right,
Councilmember Breckus.
And I believe this was pulled by Breckus B10.
Correct. This time
Yeah,
we will move over Carrie Koski to be able to answer your questions. Also, John Flansburgh is available to fill in the blanks as well.
Well, my questions are more fiscal. I see that an addendum to this in response to some questions I had was projected that because this is backed by C-tax, our general fund revenue, and it's supposed to be based upon the lodgers' taxes that the bowlers pay, but the bowlers have never, only 1 year out of 10 of the bowlers created enough lodgers' tax to pay for the debt service, so the general fund's been paying for that. And I think maybe, Mr. Manager, do you recall what Ms. Lochner said, what we're expecting we're going to have to pay for the debt service on the bowling stadium this year? How much was that?
I'm asking Debbie to be brought in now. But
Yeah. Hello.
The number that you asked for is roughly, it's about $700,000, which is up a little bit from last year.
700,000. But my question is, because you have a debt bond that you have to pay, and I know it has other things, the ballroom and the event center in, but did you run that out, or do you have that out? Because it looks like the high year in 2014, when the bowlers weren't coming enough and paying enough lodgers tax, we ended up paying $7.5 million.
That's $7.5 million. I believe $5.5 million of that was to provide a supplemental reserve, and that we can use to pay those debt payments when they come in short. Our analysis this year is we may need to use up to about a little under $630,000 of C-tax to pay those bonds, and we continue to watch it. Our room tax is continuing to come in around 50%. So, understanding that and looking at the sources of funds we have to pay the debt service, we're looking at about it's a little under. I think it was like $624,000.
What's the highest that you think we'd end up going if C-tax continues at that? I mean, we're at that level. What?
If that is with room tax being at the 50% level, that is our expectation of what we would need to use of C-tax to make the June 30th debt service payment.
Well, how come in 2013 we paid $3 million? How are we cleared from having to pay $3 million?
I'll have to go back and look at that. There's a lot of things that go on with this $2 surcharge fund. But I can go back and see what happened in that specific year. I just know the year that it was $7.7 million or whatever that was, a good chunk of that was us funding a supplemental reserve that year.
Okay. But no, this is separate from the surcharge collection. This is the lodgers tax collection. I mean, the surcharge is separate, but I'm just trying to understand, because we're asking to renegotiate this between the RSCBA and the bowlers, and we're really exposed here. We're exposed here with $600,000. But how's that reserves going to pay? Are we going to be able to go into those?
So there are certain covenants around all the different pots of money, and after we went through all the different pots of money that can be used to pay the bonds, our analysis shows that we're going to need about $625,000 of C-tax revenue to pay the debt service.
Okay.
Everything continues where it is right now.
Okay, so not in excess of that, because we had some big years at $3 million. Now, my other question that I asked, I didn't know if you brought that forward, RSCBA, the bowlers are paid for coming, and they're paid a line fee. So every bowler who comes, when she or he goes and bowls a line, and I don't know if a line, I presume a line is not like one roll or one game, but maybe like a series of games, because games have 10 bowl. I can't remember, but there's something, maybe someone knows. But how much, I was unclear, because on 2020, when they were going to come, we were going to pay them a certain line amount, or the RSCBA was going to pay them a certain line amount. How much do they get to bowl when we shuffle around these years? Did anyone look into that, Mr. Manager? I think I asked. That's on the, because this is a very brief amendment, maybe a half page,
Right.
and it's on the master document.
Yes, and so the lineage fee is actually paid by the bowlers to the RSCBA. The RSCBA pays a charge by the discrete bowler back to the USBC so that they have access to the surveys and whatnot that the USBC puts out as in terms of the bowler satisfaction. So it's essentially a payment that they make to measure how we're doing downtown. Or how
And do you have that? Do you have those statistics? I mean, have we done the analysis to make this decision on how they're doing?
I have not received that back from the RSCBA yet, no.
Okay. Well, I mean, here's my concerns is we've seen some dark days of having to go into the general fund for this, fulfill our obligations on this contract. We're looking, I think, at dark days in the general fund. I don't want to have to lay off anyone, so I want to protect the general fund. And I just don't think we're getting as good a deal as we could have. Maybe there's some room here for the lodger's tax to come directly to us to help cure us. This is a three-way agreement. It's a three-way amendment. Everything's on the table in my mind. And I want to make sure we have a general fund that's going to be safe when we start to see what this recession, this pandemic recession is going to do, particularly with property tax next year. So I would argue to the council, let's put a powder on this and maybe talk about some negotiation points to at least minimally fulfill our obligation to not have to go into our general fund to pay the debt service on the bowlers, because the bowlers are supposed to be here and they're supposed to be generating the lodger's tax that pays this debt service, and we have to pay for it out of things that could go for park maintenance or, police and fire. So I would urge the council to protect ourselves.
Councilmember Breakfast, Madam Mayor.
Go right ahead.
I'm just going to disagree with my colleague. I too want us to be fiscally conservative, but you don't cut off your nose to spite your face. I mean, the bowlers are a huge part of where I believe our recovery will be built on in this tax. And so I was proud to serve yesterday, and our committee unanimously approved at the $2 surcharge committee the agenda item, which is very narrow. It's about making certain that the Women's Bowling Congress can move up a year and they can extend out some of the agreements. The agreement of the body yesterday, the subcommittee, was that we would go back to the U.S. Bowling Congress, we would go back to the RSCBA, and we would work as a team to resolve some of the smaller outstanding issues. But at no time do I think any of that waterfalls into the general fund. So making the kind of leap from the sky's falling, the general fund being implicated, we should do something different, is a stretch that's too far for me. What I think is important is that we support our community through the recovery. That's real dollars into people's pockets when bowlers come through restaurants and bars and use taxis and all those things. And so I'm happy to support this item. And I think that some of the capital improvements that might necessarily need to be done in 2022 and 2023, we're going to evaluate all those as we move forward. And Ms. Koski, quite frankly, has been a wizard, and Ms. Lochner, in watching the bits and pieces of that as they move forward. I was pleasantly surprised but that the projections that we made were very conservative and actually under-evaluated where we actually did come in. I think they have made very good choices about seeing the revenue through the remainder of the year and into next year go down significantly. So it's been a very conservative approach, but one which I think guarantees that we can protect this critical asset and also grow the opportunity for the Bowling Congress to be here. I am firmly in support of the agenda item.
Yeah. Thank you. I would just say, because I was in that meeting, and I would say Carrie did a phenomenal job along with Deborah, going over some very fine points. I think you have to be careful whenever you want to, cut things in this capacity, especially right now, whenever our tourism, have been some of the hardest hit, especially our hotel workers, our essential workers, actually. So I think we have to be very careful about being short-sighted here, because they do bring in between 40 and $70 million of economic impact. So we've got to keep our eye on the prize and make sure we're also helping those industries that have been the hardest hit. And we all know that the casinos have been extremely hard hit. Our tourism has been very hard hit, and those essential workers that work in those in that capacity. So I just want to make sure that the council understands that I think this is actually a really wise decision, because now more than ever we are going to have to focus on bringing tourism back, in this capacity. So I do believe that it's prudent. So thank you. Okay, at this time I'm going to ask Councilman Reese, give me a motion.
I'll move to approve staff recommendations.
All right, thank you. I have a motion, and I have a second going to Councilwoman Jordan.
Thank you very much, and thank you for allowing me some brief discussion on this. And thank you, Madam Mayor, for bringing up the point of the recovery from the pandemic, and in this being obviously in my ward, and the understanding of its impacts. And the narrow nature, kind of as I view these modifications, are part of the strategic plan for the recovery. I think at this point, to not allow for this modification, which is pandemic-driven, would be catastrophic. And I think it would be catastrophic not just to the downtown casino properties and the room nights, but to all the small ancillary businesses that support the Bowlers Congress and their incredible contributions to our community, particularly keeping in mind that the Bowlers are generally here during a rather a slow time of year to begin with, which fills rooms, but certainly in the recovery from a pandemic. In my estimation, to not make this very reasonable accommodation would be catastrophic and not in the best interest of the future of Reno and its recovery from the pandemic. So thank you.
Yeah, thank you, and I appreciate that. And I think people need to keep in mind, because I sit on the tapes committee for the U.S. Conference of Mayors, right? So, and that's all regarding tourism. And by the way, they have not seen any stimulus money in any capacity. So I think we also have to look at this as, the way that we also try to help our small businesses, we have to try to help our essential workers as well. So again, the tourism and gaming have seen no economic stimulus whatsoever. So keeping that in mind, I do think that, we have committed to helping our city entirely. So anyway, okay, so I have a motion and a second. Is there anyone else?
Yeah, I just want to say, I respect everyone's opinion in the discussion and the value of the tourism, but I just want to set forth what I understand to be the facts, and I think I have the data because I've been asking for it, and I just want to clarify because I think some statements were different, that, Ms. Lochner said we're going to pay $600,000 to her estimate this year out of the debt service of the general fund. And I'm not saying that we shouldn't have the bowlers come or have the facility. The $2 surcharge is separate and it's funded. What I'm suggesting is that we go back to the RSCBA that gets the lion's share, and that's a whole other discussion, how much they get of the lodger's tax to recruit people to come here and help us shore up our budget that is exposed for this facility. And you know, we went at a high of 7.5 million when we filled reserves in 2014. And just last year, in 2019, we paid 583,000. And I'm seeing the debt service does not go below 3.5 for the rest of the decade. So, you know, maybe it's only going to be 600,000, but what if it's 3.5 on this debt service? I really think that we've got dark days ahead of us, and one of our values is the structural problems we have with taxation. And this is a chance on a small piece to say we're looking at the new landscape. We want a better deal to cure us up, because we are going to have hard general fund decisions ahead of time. So with that, I'm not going to support the motion, but I did want to highlight, because I've got the debt papers here, I've got the past and future debt, so I know what the general fund's in for. Thank you.
All right, well, we have a motion and a second. All those in favor say aye. Aye.
Aye.
All those opposed?
Opposed.
Motion carries. Okay, Madam Clerk.
Madam Mayor, with that, moving on to item C1. This is a public hearing. It should be noted, Madam Mayor, that in your agenda approval, this was a request from the manager to have this item opened, and then council to continue this to a time certain to avoid the cost of renoticing while staff works with stakeholders.
All right. So, Madam Clerk, will now open the public hearing. Has proper notice been given, any correspondence received, and any public comment?
Madam Mayor, proper notice was given, no correspondence was received, and we do not have any public comment. Also, if it pleases the body, we can also open the redevelopment agency at this time, as this is a corresponding item. You can take one motion for both unless the attorneys have a lot of heartburn there.
I'm fine with that.
Okay, they're not unmuting, so we'll go ahead and just call your redevelopment agency to order at this time and combine these. Roll call for redevelopment is Breckus.
Here.
Stewart.
Here.
Delgado is muted, but I can see he's still here. Weber.
Here.
Garden.
Here.
Reese.
Here.
Stevie.
Here.
Madam Mayor, you do have a quorum for the redevelopment agency. Your first item is public comment for redevelopment, of which we have none. We will be moving to approval of your agenda.
So moved.
Okay. I have a motion. Second. And a second. All those in favor say aye. Aye.
Aye.
All those opposed? Motion carries.
Madam
Okay.
Mayor, we are now opening item L41, which is the corresponding item to C1, which is the same response. Proper notice was given, no correspondence was received, and no public comment. At this time, Madam Mayor, we'll return it to the body if they would like to have any discussion, or we can open and continue to time and date certain.
Move to continue.
Thank you so much. I have a motion to continue from Councilman Reese. Do I have a second? Councilwoman Weber, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed? Motion carries unanimously. And I'm going to send it back to you, Madam Clerk, to
Thank you, Madam
update
Mayor.
us on.
Yep, and just to note for the record, that item has been continued to the November 12th meeting. That will also be a 10 a.m. public hearing. If additional time is needed, it will be noted at that time. There will be an addendum agenda coming out with that item on it. With that, Madam Mayor, we are transitioning to item D1. This is a presentation from the Public Works Department on the 2020 City of Reno Winter Preparedness Plan. This presentation will be given by Brian Heller. We also have Travis Truhill and Ryan Bird available to answer questions. We will be transitioning them now. Travis is the first one with his camera on, so we will let him take it away.
All right. Actually, this is Brian Heller, Assistant Director of Public Works. We'll be providing this presentation to you. We'll try to get through it fairly rapidly, just based on our previous experience. You guys wanted us to go fairly quickly. I'm trying to start up the slideshow at the moment. Let's see if I can share my screen with you.
Can you guys hear me?
Yeah, we got you, Ryan. Okay. Hopefully
hopefully everyone can see my screen right now. Again, we will be talking about sort of general background, preparations for the winter storms, whether it's snow or flooding. It's always a year-round process. Just to let you know, our managers and supervisors are the next best thing to weathermen. We watch this as closely as anyone in the county. Had great discussions with Chris Malcolm from National Weather Service, letting him know that, you know, we watch it because our skin is on the line. So we have to make calls about 2 days in advance whether we're going to put people in shift work or not. So this team was very significant in the National Weather Service naming the city of Reno as a weather-ready nation ambassador. Presentation outline, we'll have Ryan talk first with some stormwater preparations, and then we'll have Travis follow up. Ryan's our stormwater, or our sewer and stormwater manager, and then Travis is our streets manager. We'll talk about our snowstorm preparations. Go ahead, Ryan.
Hey, good morning, everyone. Hopefully some of you guys got some sleep last night, and congratulations to those that had success with your campaigns. If you don't remember anything I say in the next few minutes, please remember this first line. Storm drain maintenance is a year-round program. You see our folks here, they're removing growth in the drainage ditches. We do that in a number of ways. Here, hold on, Brian. There you go. We use weed eaters, we use heavy equipment, we use pre-emergence, we use some various sprays to help manage that growth. And the whole goal is to not impede the waterways to get these flows that we have, particularly on the thunder boomers and those heavy precipitations events that seem to come in the January 1st timeline. We need to get those flows to the river and out of that valley, and that's our goal. And by doing so, we help control erosion, and we help not impeding the water, which is a good thing. Next slide, please. Again, part of our job with the maintenance that we do year-round, we're removing many obstacles like trees, rocks, tires, concrete, vehicles, propane tanks. A lot of things get trapped in our waterways, and more recently, homeless encampments and many debris left behind. We don't want that stuff in our bar screens. We don't want that stuff in our waterways, so it's part of our role to go ahead and remove that stuff. Next slide, please. Our bar screens, which I think many of you folks are somewhat familiar with, whether you walk on a path or drive a vehicle over a waterway that's typically dry most times of the year. This is what our bar screens look like, and what we're doing here is removing growth from a precipitation event. As you can see, we have a tire there, and before we started working on that bar screen was 3/4 impacted with various debris, including pallets. So it's imperative that we get on the upstream side, which we are here, to get rid of those debris and allow that water to flow so we don't impede those flows to the Truckee River. Next slide. I want to report to you guys, last year, I believe you supported an item to enable us to buy a handy little gizmo. This is what we call a microtrax. They were pretty much born back in West Virginia out of the coal mines. This is a machine that can go under the waterways. This is a box culvert, about 40 inches tall, so you really can't get in there and do hand work. You really can't get in there and do equipment work. This little track machine can go in there and clean out that debris and actually bring it back with a bucket and clean these culverts that we, up until this point in time, really haven't had a lot of tools to clean these culverts. So more of this to come. We're going to do a Reno Minute here in the near future, and very excited to show you what we've done with our new gizmo. Again, on our high hazard dams, these have become amenities in a lot of our neighborhoods, and with the permitting restrictions that we have an excavator here essentially crushing the vegetation and chopping it up, because if you have high vegetation on a dam, you actually invite critters and other things that essentially burrow into the dam, causing weakness into the parts of the dam. We can't have that, because below our dams we have many residential communities and commercial facilities that we don't want to have any type of issues with. So it's our job to balance that role of keeping these an amenity for the community and being as close to the permit as we can for the state of Nevada and keeping those managed very well. So, next slide. Some of you newer to the council may not know, but we had to handle a lot of the flooding in 2017 up at the North Valleys, specifically Silver Lake. We built HESCOs that remain to this day because those lakes are still there. And as part of that, we had to put in pump systems, barriers, and all in the hopes of mitigating commercial and residential damage. And I think we did a pretty darn good job. One of the things that's kind of a touch and go is our irrigation ditches. We don't necessarily own the irrigation ditches, but we have agreements, and no two are alike. So we have to work very closely with the ditch company and the ditch writers and the residents that those ditch companies actually impact to go ahead and manage those ditches in the off season. As you may or may not know, a lot of the flows that Reno has leaving the subdivisions go into these ditches, so they're a way to convey water from the community to the ditch, from the ditch to the river. So it's a partnership that's gone on for many decades, and we're pretty proud of that. So our main role is to coordinate that so that the spill gates in certain areas are open and then certain areas are closed so that we can contain those and control those flows in specific locations. That's all I have. I'll let Travis talk about the sandbags, but please understand that our program is a year-round program, and we actually cover about 600 miles of drainage. So thank you guys for your time.
So, hello, everybody. Everybody hear me okay?
Yep.
Great. All right, good. So, piggybacking kind of on Ryan's discussion with the drainage, the city of Reno currently has about 1 million sandbags on hand. We discover that we have some kind of locally flooding issues arise, drainage ditch problems, something that degree, we will mobilize sandbag fill stations throughout town. And then we communicate these locations over to our PIOs who just do a fabulous job in the neighborhood services section of getting that information out to all of our citizens so they can come and bag up what they need and take it back to their properties. On our snow and ice control program this year, we support about 2,300 lane miles of roadway throughout Reno. And as you guys are well aware, this is growing constantly. Every time we accept a new subdivision, a new roadway section in with a development project, this becomes a city-running roadway that is something that we have to maintain. So at this point, we're looking at about 2,300 lane miles. We take that 2,300 lane miles and then break it down into 19 snowplow routes. And then we further break down those 19 routes into priority roadways. And I'll talk about that in just a few minutes. Our staffing levels this year are about 60 trained snowplow operators. It's a team that's formed from Ryan's sewer guys and mine and streets. We're fortunate enough to have a fleet mechanic that's dedicated to assisting us keeping the trucks on the road, along with a maintenance technician. It's amazing the things we break when we're pushing around heavy, wet snow throughout the course of the year. We have 19 snowplow trucks. 5 of the snowplow trucks are actually brining trucks as well. And we'll talk a little more about brining, but it's great to have these in our inventory. We also have a one-wheel loader that we use that will plow up with chains and put in our higher elevations to allow us to plow out the neighborhoods and areas in the higher elevations that we just can't fit a big truck into. This next slide is just a couple of pieces of our equipment. We're very proud of it. We break down our storm events basically into 2 types. The typical storm event, which we're all used to seeing regularly, and then the major storm events, which you guys might remember from a couple of years ago, which it was just snow after snow, storm on top of storm after storm, going for about 3 weeks straight. If there's any real takeaway on this slide, it's just the fact that no matter the event, we will have our crews working 12-hour shifts back-to-back until roadways are cleared. Should we run into a major storm event that we're unable to keep in front of, we do have the ability to contact the AGC and get some help from the private side also to help us come clear out the roadways. As I mentioned earlier, we break down our roadways into priority 1, priority 2, and priority 3 ranking. We also plow in this same process. So we'll plow first all the priority 1 roadways, which are arterial roadways, school zone emergency routes. We'll have those clear before we move into priority 2. Once we're in the priority 2 roadways and we've cleared all those, then we can finally move into priority 3 roadways. As you can imagine, when we get these storms that pile on top of each other constantly, sometimes it's going to take us a while to get into the priority 3 roadway sections, or even sometimes the priority 2 roadway sections, but we do work until they're cleared. One of the tools that's super great to have on hand for us is brining. Brining is tricky. Essentially, it's nothing more than just salt water. We mix it very specifically to a 23.3% solution. If we mess up that number at all, or too high or too low, it actually is detrimental to the snow melting process. It takes us about 2 days to apply brine through the priority 1 and priority 2 roadways. And when I mentioned it was tricky earlier, that's because a lot of our snow events are preceded by precipitation. And as you can imagine, it does us no good to apply brine and then just to have the rainwater wash it all away. So we're constantly, as Brian mentioned, we're constantly trying to stay in tune with the weather, trying to outguess even the local weathermen often to determine exactly where and if we can even place the brine. This is just kind of some pictures of a brine operation. We have 3 10,000-gallon tanks, so we can hold 30,000 gallons here, and we have another 10,000-gallon tank up instead. Bottom right picture kind of shows you what the brine looks like when it's applied to the roadways. It's just, at first, it just look like the long, wet streaks on the road, and as it dries, then you'll start seeing the long, white lines on the road. We have 4 strategic locations through town for placement of salt and sand. We mix our salt and sand in this area to a 5-to-1 ratio, which is its recommended standards for us. Probably my favorite tool we have available is pre-wet applications now. This is something that's become our new standard for snowplow operations. It was pioneered in Europe, started becoming popular a few years ago, and we've adopted this over the last few years, and it's now become our new standard for all of our plow trucks. But essentially what this does is it allows us to use the brine that we already have in our inventory and spray brine as it onto the salt sand as it's being spread onto the roadways. This activates the salt in the sand salt mix a lot faster than it would if it just landed on the roadway. So it allows it to melt the salt sand a lot quicker. It also allows us to place it a lot more strategically than we would if we were just taking a handful, if you think about it, a handful of sand and throwing it on the road. This actually, it's wet, it can be strategically placed, and we've actually begun to see reductions in our dry sand salt applications on our older trucks. So following the work we do with our back-to-back 12-hour shifts on snow removal, we then have to move into post-storm cleanup operations. And basically it's the same thing. Our guys will be jumping out of these snowplow trucks, they jump right into sweepers, and we've been sweeping operations. We are mandated by the county to do this, and we work the same way. We'll work 12 hours until it's cleared. And then every year we do report back to the county the amount of material we removed from the roadway and the material that was put down. So some of the improvements we got coming in next year, or this year we're in currently, we go through every year and we do update our plow route maps. Thanks to our Zach Hapner and our fleet department, we managed to acquire 5 new plow trucks over last season and this beginning of this season. All of them are the pre-wet trucks that I spoke about earlier. They're great trucks, and he does a phenomenal job of getting the grants that we need to get these older trucks replaced. We've updated our driver training program, and then lastly, we've also installed GPS and onboard cameras on all of our trucks that allows us to be able to look at live stream video of how the snow conditions are, gives our supervisors just a better ability to really read the conditions, and also the ability to record what's going on for either training purposes later down the road, or for also liability purposes if something should occur on the roadway. And that pretty much concludes our presentation. If you guys have any questions for us, we'd be happy to answer them.
All right. Great job, Travis and Ryan. Really appreciate you guys, because this is one of those services that you guys are doing your magic while we are sleeping, and everyone is working so hard. So you need to know how much we appreciate you. I think, sometimes we don't realize, we just think it magically appears looking wonderful and keeping our streets safe and clean like you guys do. So please know we really, really appreciate you guys, because you guys know this is one of those areas that, constituents will call on a dime to, tell you when it's not happening or when it is happening. And so you just need to know you guys are doing a phenomenal job. And I think that was a great presentation, Travis, and Ryan, great job too, really. So just know, I can't thank you enough, because I know this is a tough, tough job, and it's long hours and it's cold and it's grueling. So really, really appreciate it. So you need to know that first and foremost. So thank you. Okay, I'm going to send it over to Councilwoman Jordan, because I know she has similar thoughts. Go ahead.
Thank you. Thank you. I'm never sure if I should press the little blue hand or just keep waving my hand.
Yeah, no, just wave, just wave.
And thank you, Madam Mayor, for saying that. And I did want to echo that as well. I mean, this is one of those areas, it's not the sexiest, so it doesn't get the most attention. It's not the one that's out front that is the most glamorous, but the issues surrounding all the work that you guys do in your department, and knowing how, you guys are doing so much more with less. But the stuff that you do behind the scenes, under the roads, in the culverts, all of those things, just can't be overstated how important that is. And Mayor Sheedy is absolutely right. When you can't bypass it to get to work, or when your toilet doesn't flush, or when all those things, or your road has some significant issues, they become front of mind, but they're not front of mind every day. And I think you guys sometimes don't get the accolades and the attention for the work that you do. So I wanted to pile on a little bit from what the mayor was saying, and just sincerely thank you for all of your work, and good luck in this winter season. You guys really always do such a phenomenal job. So thank you.
Thank you very much.
Okay, well, good. Travis, Ryan, and Brian, you guys survived. Good job. Councilman Breckus, really quick, maybe she has a question for you. Go ahead.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Mayor. I did have a question. You mentioned the ditches, and I know the maintenance is going on with the ditches, but did you do any projects on the ditches, shoring those up this year?
Ryan, you're muted.
I didn't even touch it. Interesting. Can you hear me now? Councilman Breckus, we have CIP projects that are pretty significant, and we have small projects that are ongoing constantly. So I know I talked to Jordan a little while ago. I invite all of you to come out and see what we do, and put a face with some of the folks that do the work, and actually see what we do. Because a lot of times when you're driving by, you can't actually see it. We're so far down in the ditch, or we're under the road. If you can actually put a boot in the soil and come out there and be side by side with us, you get a better handle on how big the projects really are. So yes, the answer is yes, but it's a lot.
Which stretch of ditch did you do this year? Can we go look at?
You can go look at Dry Creek. That got mowed. You can go look at the West Wash Dam up in your.
Oh, no, I'm talking CIP.
Yeah, and we're doing some work. We're doing some engineering work down by the airport, south of the airport, and on the east side of the airport. That work will be forthcoming. It's pretty voluminous, and I'd have to actually defer some of that to Carrie Lonza. Her group does the CIP. We just do the support.
Okay.
So essentially, if it's too big for us, Councilman Breckus, it goes in the CIP, and Lonza's group does the.
Okay.
The bigger
I have two other questions quickly. The first one is, I've had a lot of outreach from numerous people about a camp on the Truckee River dug into the bank on Dickerson Road, where we did that, that big, large drainage project that we had a nice opening for there at Dickerson, the one that came down through Stoker. And it's right by that inlet. What do you guys do before the big, flows start coming to make sure that we don't have any people in those culverts, because I think they are in that, you know, I don't know, maybe have bars on them, but there, or that they're going to get swept away, because I understand these people are very buried, not buried, but burrowed up into that bank.
I can speak to it a little bit. Councilwoman, I work closely with the Clean and Safe team, and this is on their radar. And I know they've worked, been talking about it with PD to get through there. There's a big push right now for cleaning up the river, and so that I'm fairly certain that is a area that is on their list for getting cleared out soon.
Okay, because I heard they couldn't find them, but then someone just told me there's there. The third question, and you didn't touch on it, is leaf pickup. And I've seen in the last week the leaf truck driving in the neighborhood, and it's always a question, what's the schedule? And my understanding is there is a schedule on the Public Works website, but then it also moves around. So it's this kind of like, when are they coming? I don't know when. How reliable is your schedule, or can you do updates, or can people sign up for some sort of app?
The schedule, it's a range. It's not a specific day by day where we're at. One of the problems we run into is fall comes at different times every year. And then there's so many different species of trees, they all lose their leaves at different rates. So we're going through the neighborhoods with different pieces of equipment and different teams of people and just cleaning up as we can. We try. The reality is, and I was talking to my guys yesterday, we're probably in a lot of these neighborhoods 3-4 times. Again, because of the different rate of leaves falling.
Yeah, okay. I mean, I guess that's what I've said is you can put them out in the street, but when you put them out in the street, then someone parks on them, drives over them, you know, there's really not any ability of certainty. Is that just what you tell people, just put them out there and they'll get to them sometime, maybe?
Well, that's close. We certainly, code prohibits people from taking their leaves from their lots and blowing them into the street. So what we're cleaning up and what we do tell people they can put in the street is leaves from city trees.
Yeah.
We obviously have some violators that like to clean out their backyards and the roadways, but yeah, in general, we're telling them just bring it out to the street. We'll clean it up. If some people are great and they'll bag it up, even we'll grab the bags and throw them away for them.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. No, I know. I meant city trees. Okay. Thank you very much, and thank you, Mayor, for letting me ask those questions.
Okay. Great. Anyone else? Go ahead, Councilman Weber.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I wanted to thank all of you and all of Public Works for all the great work that you do. And I think our Councilwoman Jardin talked absolutely. We all love you, and I believe our constituents, most of all, love all the work that you do and appreciate it. And I just wanted to mention to Ryan, we do know about the HESCO barriers in Ward 4 at Silver Lake. And the constituents, of course, our constituents, all are very appreciative of all the work that was done on the HESCO barriers. And without it, they wouldn't probably have such a great lifestyle right now. Things were not good, and thank you so much for all the work, and it's definitely recognized, and we're glad they're still there. Thank you.
Madam Mayor. Or Mr. Vice Mayor.
Councilwoman Dewar, I think.
Well, I'll just go ahead and say something.
Sorry. Go ahead. I was on mute.
That's okay.
Go ahead.
Well, I just too wanted to thank you guys. I know that some of the streets are very difficult to plow. We've heard a lot about some of the challenges that you face. Some are very narrow. Some don't have areas to turn around. Some don't have areas to pile up the snow. You have the issue of trying to balance the salt and the timing of that salt so it doesn't turn back into ice, melt and then reform ice and make it even worse. Now we have ice under snow, especially if we're having multiple snowfalls. So I just wanted to give you a shout out as being the road warriors that you are and, really making us look good. During the winter, we always get both praise and some negative comments. Maybe you piled snow up on someone's trash cans. Maybe they can't get their car out the way they'd like to. Maybe their driveway has a little snow mound in front of it. We as council people hear all those things, but we always tell them, be grateful. You are getting your roads plowed. And I love the maps that you put out that show sort of your green, yellow, red, you know, the ones that you always will get, the arterials, the next level roads, the next level of roads. And I just think for the staffing you have, you just do a tremendous job. I'm just very grateful, and I know our residents are grateful too. So thanks a lot.
Thank you. We got great guys.
Thank you very much.
Okay.
All right.
With that being
Mayor,
said, I don't think we have to take a motion, correct?
that is correct. There's no action necessary on this item. With that, we will move to item D2, which is a sewer capacity allocation program discussion from your Public Works Director, John Flansburgh. Should be noted, Madam Mayor and Council, for the record, we did receive public comment from Trey Abney on behalf of NAOP. That information has been submitted to Council and is part of the official record.
Okay, are we ready for the presentation? That transition is always tough, so.
Yeah, go right ahead, John.
Thank you so much. And I just want to say I'm extremely proud of our maintenance and operations group and appreciate your comments today, so thank you for that. I'm going to go ahead and share my screen. So today, we're coming to you in regards to the Reno Stead Water Reclamation Facility Sewer Allocation Program. We want to do these updates for where we stand on the program, and just want to kind of go back. This picture in the background is actually part of the work that's going on right now. As you can see, there's a lot there. If you haven't visited up in the North Valleys recently, you would not recognize our current plant site. In August of 2019, we received direction from Council, and that was to proceed with the expansion of the Reno Stead plant from 2 million gallons a day to 4 million gallons. We also were directed primarily to use the flow shave for reducing the amount of water going to Swan Lake, and staff was to return with recommendations on the sewer allocation program for the remaining sewer capacity, including flow shave, and that is why I'm here today. We are also directed to change stormwater retention requirements from 1:1 to 1.3:1, and to proceed with projects with primary goal of reducing the water levels at Swan Lake, including the reservoir, which I talked earlier today on another item, which is under a feasibility study, the A+ treatment, which Council took some action today for working with Tumwa and our consultant on, and then pumping water out for land application, agriculture use. So what has changed today from back in August of 2019? Well, actually, quite a bit has changed. As we look at the current elevations of Swan Lake, we have gone, these are the, when we started taking measurements back in 2017, and you can see that today we are quite a bit lower than we have, we're as low as we've been since we began taking these measurements. But what does that really mean? Here is a stage storage relationship curve. Now, as an engineer, we like to geek out on these types of things, and you'll remember the whole concept of the area under the curve. Well, back at the highest level in 2019, we had 10,000 acre feet of water in the lake. Today, down at 4917.7, we have about 2,600 acre feet of water. So approximately three-fourths of the water is gone. And that's where we are today. And that's a significant accomplishment. But what does that really mean? Well, I think pictures say a lot better than a graph with the area under the curve. When we started the American Flat Farm pumping earlier this year, you can see the intake all the way out to the pipe going out to the lake, and where we had the water level. You can see how the pipe is raised as it's going out because it's actually floating on the water. And then if you look to the right, that's where we were last month with the pump inlet. And you can see how the pipe is relaxed. It's not floating on top because our lake is over 4 feet lower than it was previously. On American Flat Farm, this is an aerial picture that Mike Scott from the Reno Stead Airport was able to get for us. And it's kind of interesting in this view, and I apologize for the haze, but this was in August when we had all the smoke coming in, as you all recall. But you can see in the foreground the 4 areas of the half pivots and the farming going on there. And you can see way back in the upper left-hand corner Swan Lake, and the pipeline, of course, connecting Swan Lake to this location. Well, what were the results of that? Well, we pumped over 400 million gallons of water from Swan Lake up to the American Flat Farm. And in the foreground, or in the picture here, you can see what that looked like during the first cutting of hay. The farmer actually was able to get 3 cuttings of hay this year. That is equivalent to 1.1 million gallons a day averaged over a year, or 1,200 acre feet total volume. To compare that, the Flow Shade project takes about 460 acre feet in a year's time, and evaporation is, of course, the big driver, and that's 2.5 times both the combined American Flat farm water that we took as well as the Flow Shade. We share this graph with you in our monthly updates on where we stand with capacity, and again, just showing the orange line is the projected amount of volume that we thought we would be flow shaving. The blue amount is what we actually have flow shaved over time, and the gray bars are the monthly totals of the amount of flow shade that we have coming from that project. But sometimes it's hard to visualize what this actually means. So I want to talk about the Flow Shade project and really put it into perspective. Back, if you look on the far left, you'll see that we have a 2 million gallon a day. That's our current capacity at the Reno Stead plant. We are only flowing about 1.8 million gallons. And so the dark blue in the front shows the amount that we're actually flowing to the plant. The 2 million is where our capacity currently is. There's been this kind of discussion about the flow shave. It's kind of like we added capacity to the plant, but I'd like to reframe that. We are flow shaving pretty much every day, and so we're really flow shaving 500,000 gallons a day, and that's happening all the time. So if you look at the right side, you'll see that we really currently only have an actual flow going through the plant to be treated of about 1.3 million gallons. In addition to that, we have another 0.27 million gallons, 270,000 gallons, to put that in perspective, that is committed. What I'm doing today is I'm asking, based on where we stand today and all the changes that have taken place from where we were out in North Valleys to where we are today, and asking to increase that by 50,000, or from 0.27 to 0.32. Why am I asking for 50,000 gallons? Well, actually, I would ask for a lot more than 50,000 gallons. I would actually ask for comfortably 150,000 or 200,000 gallons. I'm only asking for 50 right now because I don't want to get too much capacity out in front of us in our allocation program until we're able to establish and get the sewer connection fees in place. And so I'm asking for 50,000 today. I think there's a good reason for why we should be very comfortable with doing that. We started a new water year here in October. We didn't have any precipitation, but more than that, having American Flat Farm up there and having the pump and the piping all in place, and the amount of water that we can pump out that was not in place previously, I think is really the big driver. And all the other things are adding to that as well. And so that's my presentation today. What I'm asking for is we're down to less than 5,000 gallons available in the plant currently. We have the headroom, and I think in regards to the council direction and being responsibly managing the growth in North Valleys, I think this is very responsible. In addition, we still have the HESCO barriers up this winter, and we were talking about that as part of the previous presentation. It is our intention to actually remove the HESCO barriers, but we won't do that until after this winter. And the reason for that is we don't know what this winter is going to bring for sure. But I can tell you and remind you that in 2019, we had more water in Swan Lake than we did in 2017. The difference was we had the HESCO barriers up, and we were able to, and we didn't have the flooding that we had before. That being said, our water level now is very, very low compared to 2017, 2018, 2019. So that is my presentation and my request. Thank you.
All right, good job, John. Really appreciate it. Just quickly, not knowing what the precipitation is going to be coming into the winter, what models do you use as an indicator of what to expect exactly?
So we really rely on the National Weather Service and looking at the patterns of what's in place for potential storms. This year is projected to be a dry year. We had a dry year, was our first dry year in a few years last year, and obviously that helped not contribute more water to the lake. But we primarily rely on the National Weather Service and where their projections are, and they do a great job. And I know Brian Heller had mentioned in their previous presentation the partnership that we have with the National Weather Service.
Okay, thanks, John. Really appreciate it. Okay, Madam Clerk, can I go back to the screen and then I'll start calling on council for some questions?
Yes, Madam Mayor, we will transition out of the screen share now, so you'll be able to see your council members.
Okay, great. Councilwoman Dewar, I'm going to start with you, 3 minutes.
Thank you. I have a couple of questions. I tried to get most of them answered during the agenda review, but there were still some out, and I did a little research since we spoke. I have a couple of questions, and then I would like to actually have Ashley put up 2 slides for me. But my question is, when is the plant, the wastewater plant, due to be completed?
Great, thanks. We plan to have the expansion completed in September of 2022. There'll probably be some proving up after that. We anticipate that the effluent management solutions that allow us to continue to grow will be in place in early 2023.
So that was my second question, was where's the effluent going? You listed earlier, we don't need to go over it all, but you said you're working on the reservoir, you're working on with the Indian colony. I heard expanding the maybe through aquifer storage at American Flat, potentially continuation of the irrigation project. But I think you told us earlier that the reservoir was the big answer because most of those can't take the quantity. Do you really think that colony is really potentially the answer? I mean, can they take all of this additional capacity?
I think the colony is a good alternative to the Red Rock Reservoir, but I would say our primary driver is the American Flat aquifer storage and recovery. And that's, that's up to 2 million gallons a day that we just treat and store there.
Right, but didn't you also tell us in a previous presentation that we can only do that for 5 years? So it's only a 5-year solution until we have to start pulling out.
Yeah, and of course I would also say, based on the presentation today, we used at the American Flat Farm 1.1 million gallons at the farm just this year. So obviously putting water in, and we're not going to have 2 million gallons of growth or that. It's going to really allow us quite a bit of flexibility when that occurs. Mm-hmm. But when we go ahead to inject and then pull out, we're talking at least 1 million gallons or more that we can put into the farm right off the bat, and that's what we would intend to do.
Okay. Would you mind just showing the slide that you showed, which was the Swan Lake water elevation? And Madam Mayor, I'm going to have Ashley pull up a slide. I hope I don't go over my 3 minutes, but there's a technical issue getting it up. So the slide with the Swan Lake water elevation. So as you get it up, what I think is interesting about this is that the curve basically responds to the precipitation that you show. It has a very similar curve. It goes up as we get precipitation, it goes down. You mentioned that evaporation is one of the biggest drivers. In fact, you said the amount coming off the lake is 2.5 times that is going to the irrigation and also to the flow shades. And that was the point that I kind of missed in our briefing, and I just wanted to just go over that really briefly. So I know you're still working on bringing up the slide.
Yeah, just in general, I would say, Councilman Dewar, The general rule would be that we get about 2/3 of the overall reduction off of Swan Lake comes from evaporation. The other 1/3 now has been coming from American Cloud Farm irrigation and the flow, and not the flow shape.
The reason that that's important, in our region, we get about 4 feet comes off lakes due to evaporation, evapotranspiration. So evaporation in particular. So when you said we had a 4-foot drop, and I know these numbers are just sort of, everybody knows that like we get 7.5 inches of rain, we get 4 feet of evaporation. What I'm concerned about, and maybe Ashley you could bring up this slide, what I'm concerned about is just that we've made a premise that the work we've done, which I think is outstanding, is sufficient to assure that we're not going to, we have a balance to not go too dry in the lake because we have a requirement to discharge some water to maintain the Swan Lake wetlands, but we also have a requirement to not go too high. So Ashley, could you bring up those? I don't know if IT's working on it. Or...
Councilwoman Dewar, just for clarification, because I think you've mentioned a couple things, so I want to make sure I get the correct thing up for you. You mentioned the Swan Lake water elevation from John's presentation, and then the 2 that you sent me. Would you like me to pull up the ones that you sent?
Yeah, just pull up the one I sent.
Okay.
I mean, everybody saw the one John showed earlier, and they have it in their packet too. So what I'm concerned about, you can put up either one. I'm looking for the first one. So what I'm about to show is just, I pulled off, and if you can enlarge this a little bit, Ashley, I don't know if you can, but what this is the U.S. Drought Monitor for Nevada, and this was published just a few days ago, October 27th, and Ashley, can you make that look any bigger or no?
At this point, we have pushed it to about the edges of our screen.
It's fine. Well, what it says, bottom line, is that in our state, which is the word current, it shows that 100% of Nevada is in drought. And it basically shows the level of drought. So each of these colors, yellow, light orange, orange, red, purple, are different stages of drought. And where Reno is we're kind of in the second color of orange. We see Lake Tahoe over there. We see a lighter orange. That's right where Reno is. Where Swan Lake is in the darker orange, as is Pyramid Lake. And what those mean is they give examples of what happens in these levels of drought. And this has been going on. It shows the start of the water year, which is last October. It showed that 99% of Nevada was in drought. And so what I'm concerned about is just the point you made, is that I think a lot of the drawdown in the lake is due to drought and the fact that water is not flowing into the lake, and the fact that we also are having a lot of evaporation because as the lake gets smaller, it gets warmer, and we have more evaporation. And if you could just show the next slide, and then I'll be done. The next slide basically shows like how much drought we've been having. And the point I want to make here is it shows how variable the rainfall and drought periods are in Nevada. And this is for all of Nevada. And if you see that kind of bigger area that has colors, purple, red, orange, it goes from 2012 to 2017. And we have been through a big drought period right then. And in 2017 was when we considered the Prado Ranch project. And people looked out and they said, well, it's really dry. We can approve this project. It won't be a problem. And I recall at the hearing that I said I could not vote for it, even though it was dry, that it would be wet again, and that area was in a wet area. And you can see right after 2017, the drought went away and we went into a wet period. We had this huge rainstorm. And now, if you look at 2020, we're actually in back into this drought thing again. And so my concern is just, I admire what you've done here, John. I think you guys do a terrific job, but I also think there's other considerations before we make a change in terms of moving our goalposts. So when we approved this plan, we said we would allocate 15% of the water in the flow shave for growth. So I was totally fine with that, and I did not support a moratorium. But I also said at the same hearing that we would hold to that. I wanted to allow some wiggle room and some ability to continue growing, and the plant would come on at a certain point, and then we would able to switch over to the plant. I think we need the flow shade for emergencies. I think that if we get into a really wet season again, we're going to need it, sort of like what engineers do in a kind of a safety margin. So that's my perspective. And I'll come back with a final comment. Thank you, Madam Mayor, for the extra time.
If I may, just in regards to the comments, you are absolutely correct, Councilmember Dewar, in that we have seen drought this past year out in North Valleys. And remember, the drought, it certainly had a big effect on how much water went in, and then, of course, the evaporation coming out. So that is pretty big. We were not seeing 4 feet of drop in Swan Lake before. In fact, we were only seeing about 2.5 feet in the previous 2 drawdowns. So I think the more than 4 feet was significant. And again, we have things in place today that we did not have in place in 2017. And so that's why I have much more confidence in where we are. And what really we're going to need in Swan Lake is a lake management plan. Right. We're going to need to come up, because we did have flood, but we also have drought. Right. And we're going to need to make sure that we have an adequate amount of water going to Swan Lake in those years when we have very dry years. So we reserve some out, but we also are taking care of having alternate places for the water to go in very wet years. Okay. So thank you.
Well, I just wanted to get that on the record, because even in my briefing and even in the presentation, we did not talk about evaporation. We did not talk about drought. We did not talk about the whole water picture. And I just want to make sure that's all on the record, the uncertainty that we face. And I'll come back with a further comment. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Thank you. And maybe this didn't happen because of COVID and, everyone's agendas have been so different. Curious, I think, am I right, Councilman Reese and Councilman Weber and Councilwoman Dewar, you guys had a committee on this? When's the last time that you met on this, and have you had communication with everyone on the committee?
It's been too long, quite frankly, Madam Mayor. We've probably not met for at least 9 months. It could be longer than that. I think our last meeting, as I recall, our goal, of course, was to watch what happened through the last 9 months and watch the water come off the lake. Ultimately, that committee needs to meet again, and I'm happy to commit to doing that as soon as practicable, and I'll work with the manager and my colleagues to find a time to do that.
Okay, perfect. Thank you. I really appreciate that. I just didn't know if maybe you guys had been meeting and what was coming out of those meetings. So that would be awesome. Thanks, Vice Mayor. Appreciate it. Okay, now heading over to Councilman Breckett.
Thank you. And I appreciate Ms. Dewar's comments on the climate scenarios, because marrying that up to the drought situation and then assigning that to lake evapotransport, I can never say that word. Evaporation. Paints a picture that I don't think I got out of the staff report. So I appreciate that. I have other, this is very multifaceted. The other issue is if we are right now running at 1.8 MGD, is that correct, Mr. Flansburgh?
We are currently treating 1.3 million gallons at the Reno Stead plant because we have the flow shade going all the time at 500,000 gallons.
Okay, 500,000 gallons. But if we're allocated 1.8, I recall some states say, you can only allocate up to 95% or so. What is your understanding of a best practice of allocation of capacity at a plant?
The best practice is by the time you reach 85%, you begin your planning for what you're going to do to increase capacity. So you start that planning process. But the allocation, because we put in a big factor of safety in what we can actually treat at the plant, we actually allocate all the way up.
Up to 100? Okay. And my question is, because we have a specific request to us today, is to give, 50,000 of the flow shade, which I'm starting to conceptualize just as a collection system issue. It's, a collection system going over to Tumworth. For one particular project, what is this project? The lakes?
There is no particular project for this. What has come in recently was when we had the reason this has become more quickly apparent is because we had over 18,000 gallons go in for the next set of buildings of multifamily at the Lakes project. Okay. And so that already came in and is gone. We have certain number of applications that are currently in the community development that we would not be able to serve. So in addition, we have projects that we are aware of, but they have not come in for their final map.
Okay, I mean, I did propose a moratorium, so you could do all this studying you're doing. We could get some numbers, we could understand, everyone could know the certainty of the path we were on. But that did not go forward, and I understand that, and we're going with the expansion, and we have these other examinations into what to, get to that 4 million on that expansion. I'm just afraid that, you're in here for 50,000 and then, someone else comes in, exercises some final maps or just goes straight to building permit, and you're back here in February or, January asking for another 50,000 and then another 50,000. I want certainty out there into the community to understand who's trying to queue up. I think that's what we owe people who are trying to do projects. So, and it seems like, well, they came in with a building permit. I mean, I guess, so who would this 50,000 go to?
It would go to the applicants that come in that have a project ready to go, that are ready to pull their permits and pay their fees.
That's been my greatest discomfort, because what it does is the races are on. And everyone's trying to game everyone else and get in first. And that makes me very concerned. And that's been my big objection. I could maybe go with 50,000 or opening up a little bit more if I felt we had a schedule of who was out there sitting on a tentative, some other factors. We had an allocation for industrial and non-industrial, correct?
So in the direction from council, they did not break out percentages of what would go to commercial, industrial, or for residential. So we do report those to you in the monthly memos, as well as provide you with the reports of all the projects that are in the queue, so that you know who's in for final maps in that one grouping, and then who's the next in line that have projects that have been approved that could be coming in for final maps. So I just want to remind the council, it's been almost 2 years since the sewer allocation program was put into place in January of 2019. And over that period of time, you allocated 75,000 gallons from the flow shave in August of 2019 to be used towards this for growth. I'm just bringing to you that there's been a lot that has changed since that August of 2019. The amount of applications that have come in really have not been as fast as I actually thought that they would be. I just want to make council aware that there are some requests in the queue that we will not be able to serve, but I think that there's good reason for why we can increase. And again, if you asked me how much I thought we could increase, I would be comfortable with a couple 100,000 gallons of capacity. I'm only asking for 50 because I don't want to have too much capacity until we get the connection fees in place, so that we have those rates there, that we're collecting the right rate for the remaining capacity, because the more capacity we let out the door in the front part, the higher the cost potentially for those coming in after. And I think 50,000 is a very small and reasonable amount to ask for at this time. And I fully expect I'll be back to come to see you in the spring to say, here's what kind of winter we had, here's where we are now overall, and we're geared up and ready to go for, the American Flat Farm's going to continue, the flow shade is going to continue. But I guess this is really to bring this item to you and to seek your direction, and how would you like me to administer the sewer allocation program?
No, John, hey, I'm going to cut you off. Sorry, Jenny, because you guys are way over. And I'm going to ask this because, when we have these heavy agendas, and I think these are important topics, but just, circle back with the department heads and really try to hammer those out before you get here. Because then it kind of takes time away from others that want to speak. So I'm just going to ask for everyone to have that consideration. But John, really quickly, it sounds like you're taking a conservative approach, which I think is a much better approach. And it's amazing, how much things have changed in the last 2 years. And I know that you have been so dedicated to this. So I really appreciate that. And I appreciate your approach of sort of bringing it as we go, because I think that allows us to be able to say, hey, wait a minute, we have time to sort of assess what's really happening here. And I have been reading those reports that you send to us, and they're very helpful. So I want to say thank you so much. I appreciate it. Okay, sending it to you, Councilman Jordan.
Thank you very much. And I just want to take a moment and thank John for he and his departments and everybody's involved with the efforts to help bring down the levels of Swan Lake and the creative ways in which you approach that. And I can attribute part of its reduction to the drought situation that we're in for sure. But a good portion of it was the creative efforts in which you all ventured down and we approved. And my recollection of our meeting when we discussed this the last time was to take a conservative, but we're going to continue to look at it as we move along. Like it is for lack of a better term, like a live document, a live process, and we should be flexible with regards to it. So to me, I think this number in which you're proposing today is a very conservative one, and certainly one that I can get behind and support. And it's all a balancing act. I think you're not asking for the moon. I think you're meeting some demands to help with some of the housing crunch projects and things that we so sorely need for our community members, so they may have a roof over their head that isn't exorbitantly priced, and that's increased number of units. And this helps in some regard to do that. Certainly by increasing, we'll help to do that. So I appreciate you bringing this to us again. I thank you for your efforts. I think it's been a good project, and I'm supportive of it.
Thank you.
Okay, Councilwoman Weber.
I agree. Madam Mayor, thank you, first of all. I agree absolutely with the great work that's been done. This is a conservative approach. I believe that it's something that's really positive for the community as well. And that's who we serve. And so I appreciate this, and I absolutely support this conservative approach. So,
all right. Councilman Reese, Vice Mayor.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I think for my part, I think that there is an important path forward, and that is to continue to hold accountable Mr. Flansburgh's department to the building permit process as it develops. And at the same time, measuring that against the issues that we know were the things that drove us to create the flow shade, right? If we look back at the history of where we were, and even in the 18 months that I've had the privilege of serving on the body, the concern for me has always been about removing water from Swan Lake, which has been very detrimental to the neighboring parcel owners. And so I have been one who said I was not going to be able to move off my position about allocations until I saw significant reductions in the lake. And 2 weeks ago, I did a tour with Mr. Flansburgh and Mr. Heller and saw both Swan Lake and Silver Lake, and it is dramatically improved out there. The water level is, reaching the point at which we're going to have to make choices about not removing water from it. It's a very strange thing to be in a desert. My colleague, Ms. Dewar, rightly points out the concerns that are had about water just writ large. But in the absence of making choices about, how we're going to build the community up north of us, I think it is irresponsible for us not to consider the allocation request that Mr. Flansburgh has made. And so I appreciate the conservative approach. I think, as I heard Mr. Flansburgh mention, he would have been comfortable with, several 100,000 or 100,000 or more gallons. I'm happy to hedge my bets a little bit, but also to continue moving forward. We'll certainly have housing needs up north. We have construction jobs to think about, and ultimately I want to be able to continue to monitor. I want to make sure that our subcommittee meets, and also that Mr. Flansburgh continues to, as he does and has done for the last year and a half, notice us each time significant projects happen, significant changes happen, And I just think that that approach is the one that sort of meets a narrow path to move us forward. And so I'm supportive of staff's recommendations.
Okay. Councilman Durr.
Yeah, thank you. My issue is, just to be clear, it's not about water supply. It's not about challenging Mr. Flansburgh's math. What it is there's some basic policy and philosophical considerations. Do you grow based on a temporary supply? What is the purpose of the flow shave? And my view is that the flow shave is our kind of emergency outlet, spigot, whatever you want to call it. It's a way to, if we get too much water, and you saw on the maps I showed, that we can have flood conditions immediately after drought conditions. That's number one takeaway. Number two takeaway is that we have a temporary capacity. We don't have an emergency. We're in a lawsuit that's not been resolved yet. And the mayor brought up the Swan Lake Committee, and I don't particularly have a position whether 50,000 is the right number. I'm not opining on that. What I do want to make sure is that we keep integrity with our process, and that if we've set up a committee to review stuff, that I think we should bring the public along with us. If Mr. Flansburgh is making what I think is a fairly compelling argument, then in my opinion, we've set up an expectation with our public, so we will share that, and we will engage them in our decision-making before we make final decisions. So my only thought here is not to question the amount, although I will, that also has a caveat. When you set some goalposts, and then as we come close to maybe saying no, we move the goalposts so that we can say yes, even given the, the good activities that we've done. I want to make sure before we do that the public understands. And I think it's really important to build that trust. We've been working on rebuilding the trust. My only request would be that we do have one of those Swan Lake committees. Thank you, Mayor, for bringing that up. And just vet the process with them. They may be supportive, they may not be supportive, but at least we have kept true to the process and bring it back, especially since we're not in an emergency. You still have water in the bucket, so to speak. And those are some of my thoughts. I mean, we've been busy with COVID, elections, and everything else, and I get why we haven't had a committee, no criticism there, but we do have an opportunity to have it. And I would just request that we do have it, and that we bring it back and then make a number. Maybe it's a bigger number than 50,000, as Mr. Flansburgh said. But let's at least engage the public. They're not here today. We've received no comments to my awareness. I doubt they even know this is going on here today, that we might change this. So those are just some of my thoughts, and I'll see what my colleagues have to say. But I am you guys know me, I'm very dedicated to the process. I don't always like what I hear. It's not that I want to do it to hear a particular thing. I just want to make sure that the public, in a very contentious environment, stays engaged with what we're doing and don't get very cynical about our actions at the council. And that's one of my biggest concerns, is to maintain the vision of Reno as an inclusive community, that we reach out, we seek input, we may not agree, but we're at least allowing you to participate. So that's what I have to say. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilwoman Dorr, and I appreciate that. And it sounds like Vice Mayor Reese is going to make sure you set up that meeting. And I would also say, I think the constituents that have been following the process and the activists for Swan Lake are probably, some of the most knowledgeable and some of the most dedicated as well. And so I would imagine they are following this very closely, and they know exactly, what is happening step by step. And I know John keeps in constant communication as well and sends memos and those kinds of things. And so I would just say that I'm sure they are following closely, and that's always a good thing. So I appreciate those comments, Councilwoman Dewar. All right, sending it over to Councilwoman Weber, since it's your ward, and then I'll go over to Councilwoman Breckus.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I just have to say that the North Valley's Water Management Committee subcommittee needs to meet, but I don't think we should be holding up any of this today. I'm happy to move forward and have that subcommittee meeting but I don't think it should be dependent on action that we take today. And I just want to remind everyone that this committee meets with mainly the Swan Lake residents, and we all know that the folks there. And in these meetings, we do not have a lot of City of Reno public participation. And so I feel like I represent Ward 4, and as a county commissioner, I represented the county folks. Now the county can have representation for the City of Reno and county, but as a Reno Ward 4 council person, I represent Ward 4 constituents. And I think you would all agree that you represent your ward. Now we have an at-large member, but we all represent the City of Reno. And I'm not saying anything about the county constituents. We do have a lawsuit, but when we have, and I think my colleagues would agree that serve on the committee, that it is definitely our county residents that participate and not our City of Reno constituents. So I just believe that we need to move forward today. We can still have our North Valley Subcommittee meeting and Water Management Committee meeting, but we have to remember that we're here today, and this is a project for the City of Reno for us to move forward on. And I support totally the recommendation of our great public works director, and believe that he knows, he's put this all together. We need to support what our staff is requesting, and tells us that that's his job, and he's done it, and he's sharing with us this great information. And the public can hear this presentation as well. So anyway, that's my comments, and I think we need to move forward today.
Okay, thanks. Councilwoman Butkus.
Yeah, I mean, I really do echo what Ms. Stewart says about moving the goalposts, particularly because the sensitivity of this environment, these lakes that move up and down, and, you know, with our climatic situations. But beyond that, I think there's some practicality to the development cycle we're in. And when he says 50,000, and I don't know, you know, whoever walks in the door will get that, and we want to hold on to it because, you know, the next 50,000 might be at the higher sewer rates, connection fees, which I think are going to be enormous. And, you know, but they'll be, you know, blended down to Tumworth, unfortunately, and work against our infill goals. But that creates even more of the races are on. And I don't mind. I'm just afraid that, you know, if we have a limited resource of capacity right now, we should be maybe understanding the full picture of who's waiting at the doorstep to come in and when we can bring them in. And that's something I've been asking for so long and just haven't not gotten there. And so I think the decision is premature. I think that we should send staff out there to let us know who's coming in and tell us if we need to prioritize. I feel that if someone has gotten a tentative map out there, that they are first in line. Even maybe before someone is sitting on some unentitled land, because I think we're maybe hanging out there with someone having tentative map privileges. And that's where I'd like to do the reservation. And I thought the ordinance that was in place did have a prioritization between industrial and non-industrial. But I want to go to another point, too, that I wasn't able to raise, and that was, you know, we've seen so much development come in since this summer of 2019 decision, or earlier 2019, with large warehouses that put in some drainage facilities. And we know a lot of this is effluent, but a lot of it is also runoff. And I know everyone built to spec and we increased those holdback requirements, but if we were somehow studying what we thought was going to happen with runoff, and we're spending a lot of time studying, then maybe I could feel a little more comfortable. But I've been around enough with hydrology and runoff and seeing things not show how they're going to, prove up how the hydrologists show them to get their approvals. And I'm very nervous because some of those buildings are so big with so much pavement area. I feel that vulnerability is maybe even more increased on the runoff. So I do think, I'm not adverse to continuing this conversation with till the committee meets, or maybe some of the questions that I have can get raised. And I think it's really in the development community's interest to have greater certainty out there from us on where we're going on this time frame of bringing the 4 MGD into service.
All right. Anyone else? Thank you.
Mayor, I have a last comment. I'll just keep it to 1 minute. I just want one other concern I have, and this is just something for the body to consider. When we talk about the flow shave, what we're doing is we're taking water that would be discharged in North Valleys, and we are discharging it in the Truckee River. And we are using up discharge capacity. I know that Sparks is very up against a wall in terms of how much water, how much capacity they have at the sewage plant. We are up against a wall in terms of the tribe's water quality standards. And my main point is that things are in flux at the plant as well and on the river as well. And what I don't want to do, this is just proper, from my perspective as a former state water planner, I don't like to grow with uncertainty. I want to grow with certainty. That's why my very first questions were, when will the plant be done? Because to me, that is where we get to grow. We have a plant. I voted for it. I want to see it get built as expeditiously as possible, and I want to grow based on that capacity. What I don't want to do is grow on a temporary capacity that may be what happens if something happens at the plants? What happens if the water quality standards change? What happens if really our partner Sparks needs more capacity at the plant? I mean, there's a lot of unknowns for me in moving this water down to the Truckee River. It's safe for right now. It's a good emergency outlet, like we've been using it. But to build growth on it, to use it much more than we have, to base a permanent development that will be there forever on a temporary sewage supply, to me, it makes me uncomfortable. So my recommendation, and I'll defer to my colleague from Ward 4 since the plant's up there, but my recommendation would be just take a pause, check in with the committee, hear what they have to say, do a little further checking maybe with Sparks and Tumworth, and get some little more certainty on the growth. I'm not opposed to increasing the amount, but I have learned in this water business in the driest state of Nevada, where everything is, as I showed you, very, very erratic, to be very careful. I gave an example during the agenda review of a situation where Las Vegas grew based on some temporary capacity, and later that proved both detrimental to their environment. Las Vegas subsided 10 feet, and it was detrimental in their legal environment where there were lawsuits. So it's just, that's how I'm wired. That's what I do. It's my field. And that's my recommendation, is just to check a few more boxes before we make this kind of decision, especially if we are not in an emergency situation. So that would be my plea, I guess.
Mr. Flansburgh, what's your timeline? I'm not opposed to the committee, meeting with each other, but I also want to make sure you have the capability to do your job. What's your recommendation?
We are basically down to less than 25 residential units. So when I sent the memo out to you towards the end of October, we were at 47. We've had a few projects that have come in since then that are in plan review. And I just want to be clear that we're not trying to hide the ball. We're not trying to keep information from you about who's at the door. If you look at the allocation memo we send you every month, and you look at section 4, it's right there who's in for plan review. So it's very clear about who's here. So I just want to share information from you of where we are, and I would say that this is critical. We'll be turning people away in the next week or 2 or 3, most likely. And so it's closer than that. But again, I'm only asking for that little additional increase. I think that'll give us some time. I do appreciate that we should have a check-in with the North Valley Water Subcommittee And I certainly expect I'll be coming back to you in the spring asking for more, and we want to make sure that we are sharing this information with the public in regard to that.
Okay, and then that gives me comfort because we can have the ability to watch it as we get into the coming months, and you're paying attention to it. And I do see on those memos, so Councilwoman Breckus, I don't know if you're getting those. I'll make sure that Mr. Flansburgh is sending you those because you can see who's coming in. And like I said, they are helpful. So thank you. With that being said, I'm going to send it over to Councilwoman Weber. Give us the motion, please.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I would move to approve the staff recommendation, but I really appreciate my colleague, Dewar, Councilwoman Dewar. I do believe that we need to have the meeting, but I think we need to move forward today, and then we can still, have the meeting with our subcommittee, and then get feedback on that. But right now, it's really important for this community to be able to have this, and what Director Flansburgh has done is so awesome, and he's put everything into this, and I trust and believe in him. And so I would make that motion.
Okay, thank you so much. So I have a motion. Do I have a second?
Second.
I have a second.
Before we vote, Madam Mayor.
Yes, go ahead.
I really appreciate the thorough discussion today and allowing me to present some alternate information that I think was important to our whole council. I've been wired. I've been doing this for 25, actually over 30 years. You're kind of wired to approach a problem in a particular way. I really feel it's important to engage the public before making this decision. I'm not opposed to the decision. Mr. Flansburgh and I have had a very respectful relationship, so it's not about that. It's not about the technical data. It's about the public process and checking some boxes in terms of being certain. So I'm not going to be able to support the motion, but it doesn't mean that I, disparage any of my colleagues that do, or disparage Mr. Flansburgh for his thoughtful analysis. It's just how I would prefer to move forward when we're talking about water and wastewater in this very constrained situation. Thank you.
Yeah, and I appreciate that. I think we can still watch this closely as we continue down the road, and I think that's really what's important. So, okay, Councilwoman Breckus, go ahead.
Yeah, I also have great concern and won't be supporting the motion, but I just want to say that last statement he said where he's got 25 residential units hanging out there, that's just shocking, and it's so detrimental to the development process of that uncertainty. If you've only got 25 units, you've got people out there in the community who probably have units under design, they've got financing, they might have crews, they're ready to roll. And if you look back to 2019 when I said, look, we really need to get all of our ducks in a row and understand and have a bigger, agreed upon solution moving forward, and no one wanted to go there. They just wanted to keep going and going and going and tinkering on the edges, and look where we're at, 25, maybe making a mistake related to the lake's vulnerability. And I think if the council does this today, in February, you'll have another, an apartment complex sitting out there. I just think that it appears that the moratorium was anti-growth, anti-development, but really it was advantageous to the certainty that the market needs to do what they have to do. And I think here we're just continuing the uncertainty and working against our goals of bringing on units with adequate infrastructure. So I just wanted to call that out because this is a very unfortunate situation we're in, and I don't think this step solves that. Thank you.
Thank you. But I do appreciate, because I think this approach was probably, instead of John jumping out there and approving more than we could handle. So I don't necessarily agree with that. I think this approach is better. And matter of fact, I would think that the developers that come in, and we've had conversations, and I'm sure you have too, John, that they know exactly what is happening because they are the ones coming in. And that's why you send that memo. So I think that that's important. So I appreciate, how you're going about doing this, and I think we have to be very measured about it. And I would say this is the better way to do it. I would much rather do, less instead of more. So anyway, thank you. Okay, so I have a motion and a second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed?
Aye. No.
All right,
No.
motion carries. 5-2. Okay, moving on.
All right, Madam Mayor, with that, transitioning to item D3, this is an update from Dylan Shaver on the coronavirus relief funds.
Go ahead, Dylan, take it away.
Thank you so much, Madam Mayor, members of the council. For the record, Dylan Shaver, Chief of Staff to the City Manager, here today for your latest update on your coronavirus relief fund allocations. I may go to share, and you should be seeing my screen now. The first couple of slides of every presentation we make on this, just quick background. We are here today to talk about the council's priorities for allocating $46.6 million that came into the community through the state via the CARES Act. Staff brought a series of proposals after talking to council and to members of the community and to our own city departments that would ultimately end up making up the council-approved spending plan for these towers. This took in several weeks of feedback, both in one-on-one meetings with you individually, as well as through a series of publicly approved presentations. And the way we approached these, of course, was just to take bites at the total dollar amount that were allocated to the city to make sure that they were going towards your priorities. Ultimately, you decided on 12 different categories for those. I'm going to give you a quick overview of where we are in each of those categories. And then, Madam Mayor, with your indulgence, what I would like to do is hear what we are missing so that we can get some of that on the record and come back to you for further refinement and proposals. We do have a couple of changes to the already approved spending plan that I'll walk through today, but beyond that, we've heard time and time again, we want to make sure that your priorities are being incorporated into this plan and that you're able to deliver what you want to deliver with these resources. We highlighted a sort of four-step process that would end at your first meeting in December. We are, after today, we'll be halfway through that. Like I said, upon taking your feedback today, we'll be back again at your next meeting to reallocate and make whatever changes we discussed today. And then finally, we will come back at your first meeting in December to hopefully line these out in a way that allows us to finish the year strong and within the bounds of the act itself. So, jumping right in, the first category council approved and created was really our internal city expenses as it relates to combating the virus. We committed $6.29 million of that. This is perhaps the most expandable and retractable category before us because all of our sort of outward-facing public safety activity can be basically booked to COVID, as it were. All of our overtime, any of the sort of testing or substantially different work that we have staff tasked towards can go back to the CRF dollars. For those purposes, we would say that there is no money remaining in this particular allocation, which is something that council can really view as a success. The second line, similarly, is really an insurance policy that we have to make sure that the resources are there for the Regional Emergency Operations Group and the incident management team to ensure the city of Reno is living up to its commitment to pay, 35% of most of the expenses that go through that entity. When council originally approved this, we had about $3.11 million in sort of balance owed to the county in this area. That number has not changed dramatically. There are challenges because seemingly every time we ask the county for these figures, we get a different answer. And then an even different answer still when they present to their board of commissioners. So again, the purpose of this line is to make sure that the general fund is not exposed to these commitments, but we're going to continue to focus on this figure and see what is the most accurate number we can bring back to you in terms of what's on the books now, and then how will the EOC need to respond to this moving forward between now and the year. Line 3 is our remote work and facility compliance line, and I will start with the critical item going through this particular line item, which would be our ability to sort of better host and facilitate the public and you as council members during your meetings. We are in receipt of proposals from third-party vendors that will basically allow us to streamline this process right now. It will allow us to sort of go in and check on people's presentations, make sure that their AV setup is equipped and that they're ready to go in the meetings. Where we're falling down and we haven't really found an elegant solution is in being able to screen public comment in a way where we'd be able to entirely lock out somebody who wanted to come in and disrupt your meetings. There's certainly, when somebody walks into a room, there's a social disincentive for them to engage in that kind of behavior. But any amount of restoration there, we are going to be exposed to some risk, and which isn't to say that's an argument against doing it, but no tool we have found is going to be able to completely stop the disruptions that have so frustrated you in this process. We have looked at time delays, we have looked at other platforms, and just given the both physical and staff makeup of getting this done, we just have to acknowledge going in that those risks will still be present as we go down this road. The other sort of noteworthy thing that happened in this line item is, really enhancing our laptop and remote work capacity for many of our departments, increasing sort of the cybersecurity needs that come part and parcel with having folks who are detached from our physical workspace. And, seeing the plexiglass shields and the touchless faucets and the other things that will just make this place a little safer for our personnel, both during COVID and frankly after. That said, there are resources remaining in this particular line item, just north of $2 million, and staff does recommend reallocating just about 2/3 of those funds into the business relief line item that you had mentioned was such a priority. I'm sorry, not the business relief line item, the homeless support line item that you had mentioned was so critical last session. So it'd be a transfer of $1.5 million from this line to the next one to better support the project that we have been working on really for several months now. Mr. Stockman and his team have been drilling into finding a way to support the unsheltered population during COVID and hopefully moving on, which is a massive undertaking. You had a whole special meeting about this. Council has sort of adopted the resolution to support it, but it's land acquisition, it's site improvements, it's physical improvements, it's time, staff time, and with that comes a lot of dollars. We anticipate that moving that $1.5 million from line 3 to line 4 would allow that team to finish up this project strong and really provide something that will be tremendously helpful for this population as well as useful for the community. Line 5 is your housing support line item. This was a large topic of conversation from last week in terms of the who, what, when, and where of how this is occurring. Line 5 and 6 we often talk about together because line 6 is sort of the economic support to businesses and the protection of those jobs, which also then protects a housing asset, right? But taken together and with the uncertainty that we are seeing in the housing and eviction market right now, I think we are comfortable recommending that of the 2.2 or so million that remain in housing support, that half can move over to your business support relief programs. So it would be about $1.2 million that would roll over. And then the remaining, essentially $1.2 million in this line item would be, would basically go to another agreement with the housing authority to sort of extend their resources as long as possible. As I mentioned last time, they're very near to spending through the entire allocation from the city, and we believe there would be, a lot of upside, even if the eviction crisis does not come the way we are anticipating. We have still seen tremendous demand for those housing resources, and rather than stand up something new with the city or go out to bid or whatever, it would seem to make the most sense to just focus on what has shown to have worked so far. Making that change would, unfortunately, and I have praised Mr. Hall's idea again and again here, you had set aside $200,000 for a sort of eviction mediation program to occur at the Justice Court level. The Justice Court is now saying they're not even really going to do anything with evictions until next year. So there's really not an opportunity to allow a program like that to take off and get off the ground. So we would move those funds in addition to sort of the other remaining funds and just send it over to the Housing Authority. Line 6, this is the line, again, we went into this pretty substantially at your last meeting, and based on your feedback at that meeting, we brought this recommendation again to enhance using funds from line 5, this program by about $1.2 million. We heard a couple of things from council, concerns about the Audacity program, concerns about the way our first round program was implemented, and we absolutely hear those concerns. When it comes to the average award amounts, if you were to accept this recommendation, if we awarded the same amount that we awarded on average in the first round of our business assistance program, we would be able to support an additional 126 businesses across the city with those $1.2 million. Line 7 is the funds you set aside just north of, just about $1.25 million to address food insecurity as a result of the COVID-19 pandemic. Just over $1 million have been awarded across the community to help address this. Council voted on each of these, not at your previous meeting, but at your meeting before that, to get these funds out the door and support some great programs at Catholic Charities, at the school district, at the food bank, and others to make sure that residents who are either economically or epidemiologically unable to get out of their homes and get food have access to that. We're working with those providers to get sort of the data on the other end. How many people are we feeding? The real impacts as this goes on, so you can have that information. But as it stands right now, we have just about $250,000, just shy of that, remaining in this particular line item. And we will continue to work with providers in this area. Of particular interest to us is, at this point, at least from a staff level, is looking up in the North Valleys. Service providers have long seen this as sort of a gap area for this kind of distribution, and for really all sorts of these human services work. We've gotten ideas from residents in that area, and we're just looking to see if there's nonprofit partners or other capacity to be able to sort of beef up distribution in there. Mental health response, Madam Mayor, you flagged this as a priority very early on. These funds, we, as a staff, we've been working with the regional partners and the health providers in the area to find ways to address the serious and very challenging mental health crisis that has come along with the coronavirus. Unfortunately, fortunately, the funds are still there, sort of waiting for us to deploy them in a useful manner. The plan A for this, of course, was a regional crisis intake facility, and the funds are set aside. The space is reserved. What is missing right now is an operator. We're going to continue to work with those parties to see if an operator can be found. Meanwhile, there have been proposals into the city from the representatives from the MOST team, as well as a local nonprofit, to sort of put some of these mental health dollars to work in a way that will address the pandemic, but sort of not in the same way that we would in Plan A. We're going to continue to work at that until council tells us otherwise. But that's one. At this point, there is no operator for any facility like that, so we may have to bring this back for reallocation at a later date if we cannot find one. So,
Dylan, I don't mean to cut you off. I just want to remind everyone, the reason why we are holding off on this is we are having a joint meeting. This really needs to be a regional effort when it comes to mental health. And, we're talking about waves here, first and second wave of COVID, but I think this is the tidal wave. 1 in 4 teenagers have had thoughts of suicide during COVID, not to mention, the other, the stress and strain that we're seeing on people because they're on the brink of losing their businesses and their homes. And so I want everyone to know, and I appreciate the council and their support. And if it doesn't come to fruition, it needs to go back into another initiative for mental health, and we've been working on some of those as well. So I'm confident that we will have something for the community that can help with some of the stresses and strains that we're seeing. But I want to remind everyone, that's why this has not been allocated. I would like the county and Sparks to understand the great need for mental health and what we need to do in our community to provide more services. So that's why. So we will know more in a couple weeks. I think, when do we have that scheduled?
That'll be the 18th, Madam Mayor, I believe from 1 to 4.
Okay.
I have a question on this, because I see the MOST team, and I understand we're looking at the 800-person super shelter, and I have my reservations about that, particularly ongoing operation obligations to the city in terms of our fiscal capacity to do that, because historically we've only used our human services allocation of our CDBG for that, and if we're, doubling, tripling the size of the shelter, then where's that money going to come from is really a question for me, and shouldn't the county be the lead? But having said that, the homeless situation of mental health, I'm not sure that the super shelter is the best approach. I think it really is the MOST team, and I'll just give everyone an example. I've been hearing for 4 weeks, about this single woman who's living at a bus stop at night over by Reno High, and I've been trying to track her down and see her, and someone told me the wrong bus stop, but I saw her last night, and, you know, the last time I heard was, well, how do we, you know, because you rarely see single women camping at a bus stop and on the sidewalk, and they were going to send the MOST team out. I don't even think the MOST team's gone out, and this has been like 3 or 4 weeks just to talk to one person. And so is there a way to like double or triple on a temporary hire, you know, more MOST team members, like the street team social workers, to go do that kind of work before we get this, you know, in lieu of the super shelter or before we get the super shelter? Because I think if those people's mental health or addiction issues can be addressed, they need to go, maybe not to the shelter, but they need to go to some sort of inpatient, or they need to go in for some evaluation, or some of them maybe can go to bridge housing.
Well,
so,
that, yeah, good. I just want to remind you.
Can I continue? I know I'm kind of going on, but
right. But you're right. But my point is that's where the crisis center would be such a good fit for what you're talking about.
Yeah, but I mean, I'm just talking about, you know, sending the MOST teams who's out there, we're meeting people where they are. I'm big on that, you know, and evaluating everyone's purpose. Are the MOST team members our employees, all our employees? They're the county?
No, they're county.
So can we give that money, you know, some of it for them to hire, you know, 5, 10 street team social workers to head out there to these folks? And then they can come into our bridge housing, or we can put them into, like the mayor said, the rest of the mental health. We could, you know, pay to put them into, I don't know, you know, detox or something like that. Can we, if they're willing, can we?
Right. Go ahead, Councilwoman Breckus. Sorry.
Can we talk about something like that?
Madam Mayor?
Yeah, go right ahead, Councilwoman Jordan. Sorry, I can't see you.
That's okay. That's why I was kind of speaking up. So, so all of these components, as it relates to the MOST team, the ambassadors, the police, the social workers, the super shelter site, and the mental health, are all things that are being coordinated and discussed at length at the CHAB meetings. And we had a great meeting on Monday with regards to the collaboration and coordination of all of these. And there was a great presentation done by Dana Searcy with the county, who really has stepped up and taken a much larger role and leadership as it relates to a lot of these services. And they are coordinating those efforts. I think what we're trying to move away from is this sort of siloed one-off approach with regards to reaction. You know, we can say, send someone out to help someone, but if there's not a facility in which to take them to, it doesn't result in much positive outcomes. So, Mayor Sheedy, your desire to have allocations as it relates to mental health are absolutely necessary for us to address some of the ongoing homeless issues we have, because, well, for obvious reasons, we can see that a significant portion of our house's population is suffering from some level of mental health issue. So this would all be a coordinated thing with the super shelter site. It's not a choice of one over the other. It's actually a choice of all working together. But I will share with this group some of the work that the CHAB is doing on this front. So I didn't want there to think that we had to make an either-or decision. That's not it. And there's actually a united front on addressing all the different components, and mental health is a significant component of it, and dedicating resources towards that is huge, particularly now during COVID, as we're seeing it just explode. So thank you, Mayor, for making this a priority.
Well, and I know it's tying into everything you're doing at the CHAB, and so we're all working in the same direction, which is awesome. I really appreciate the council being supportive, and I would just stress when we get into the meeting, now more than ever, you know, the Health and Human Services side at the county has to help us as one region. This, I think this is going to be the biggest tragedy out of the pandemic by far when it comes to mental health. So I would just ask council members at that meeting to please speak up and let the county know how important it is that we need their help in assisting our region when it comes to mental health. So thanks, you guys, for all being supportive and rowing in the same direction. And Naomi and Oscar doing a great job over at CHAP. So good job, guys. All right, Dylan, back at you. Where are we at? Sorry.
No, you're quite all right. We absolutely appreciate the discussion. It helps us know where your priorities are. There was a question in there that I would hate to have go unanswered. Councilmember Breckes asked if there would be ways to use these dollars specifically for basically temporary hires over on the most team. That is a conversation we have had, and ultimately in the form of proposals from whatever the outside entity we're working on is. I would say that there was reluctance with this particular team on two fronts. One, the tremendous amount of specialized training. There's not a lot of confidence that we've been able to get anything more than a small handful, meaning 2 or 3 sort of additional personnel up and trained and ready in time. And then on top of that, those personnel would, of course, have to disappear on December 30th of this year, given the constraints put around the fund. So, Councilmember Breckes, in response to your question, technically it would be eligible, it would be feasible, but we have not seen interest from that agency to go down that road for the reasons I have laid out. 9, enforcement and communication, and this is going to be, we believe, as a staff, sort of the ball game this late fall going into winter. Rebecca Venus and her team have put together a great plan, both in terms of city-specific communications, and I believe a whole separate PowerPoint deck is going out to council on that great work, as well as work we have done at the Joint Information Center to get the word out about the importance of being compliant across all sectors of the population. Councilmember Delgado, I hate to put you on the spot, but you were very encouraging of us to make sure we were getting out to everybody in the community on this, and not just sort of going along with the regional effort. And to that end, Ms. Venus and her team have established entirely separate plans to reach out to folks at the college, to reach out to the Spanish language community in the city, and even to the senior population, each of whom this affects a little bit differently, might require their own special type of messaging. We're going to keep an eye on this because the governor's task force has flagged communication as a major component to making sure that we can get through the winter staying open and keeping our population as healthy as possible. Line 10, tracing, measurement, and prevention line item. This is the line from which we have funded sort of our commitment to the seroprevalence study in the wastewater system. A mobile vaccination unit has been acquired so that once there is a vaccine, our personnel can get out into the world and hopefully, get to as many people with that resource as possible. This is also where we have an agreement pending with our friends at the Regional Planning Authority to offset some of the great work that they've done on the threat meter that has come at cost to that agency. We understand that they were not a CRF agency, and so we want to make sure that we're doing our part to support their efforts over there. Outside of those items, though, unless something changes dramatically as you make your suggestions for things to move from one place to another, this line item will probably be one of the first ones we draw from. Line 11, this was a big priority of yours, parks enhancements to parks programming and to the parks themselves. To that end, the Parks Department put together a relief program for area nonprofits that came to about $650,000 to assist with their programming out in the community and out in the world in a way that is compliant with the governor's orders, in a way that helps them accomplish their mission while we do our best to accomplish our own. This is also where, you know, the AccuTab chemical delivery system, which is perhaps the most boring sentence I've ever said in front of this council, but it is a dry chemical system for our pools, which, you know, that system is much better at preventing the spread of COVID in a pool, allows us to keep those facilities going in a way that's safe for their users. It is also the line item from which the Parks Department has created their Recreation in a Box program, which is this amazing program wherein they are building activity kits you know, every month to offset the fact that, you know, a lot of our old parks programming just can't happen anymore. It's also, frankly, the way that our youth programs, all the other sort of programs that are still happening, this is how the Parks Department makes sure that those are happening in a way that we can still accomplish our mission, but keep our clients and our citizens safe. In that bucket, there's just north of $200,000 remaining at this time. Finally, line 12, you gave about $250,000 to the Washoe County School District for the purchase of devices for students to help bridge that digital divide during remote learning. This is the line item. I guess we're ready to daylight this now. The Children's Cabinet, we've been working with them on a proposal to give some support to daycares in the region. Children's Cabinet has interfaced with each one of those facilities in some capacity, so we've been working with them to put together a plan to support them, as well as the Boys and Girls Club to support remote learning. There will be sort of a small remainder, perhaps a larger one if council doesn't approve the agreements we bring back after your direction that will be eligible for reallocation. So a summary of what staff is looking for today would be to take the $1.5 million that I mentioned from the remote working facility line, that's line number 3, and move it to line number 4 to better support the project down and around the Governor's Bowl. Recommendation number 2 would be to enhance the business relief programs with about $1.2 million from the residential eviction relief. And then within the residential relief program, recommendation number 3 would be to adjust those funds to provide an additional $1.2 million to the Housing Authority to supplement their allocation of the state and our previous allocation to ensure that we're helping as many residents as possible as they work through the economics of the COVID crisis. And just as a bit of a preview, as I mentioned at the top, there will be 2 more steps here. Your next meeting on November 12th, and Madam Mayor, you really pointed out a deficiency in my slide here. We are going to go over a lot of these issues at the special meeting on November 18th. I probably should have added that as a step on this one. But you'll have many conversations there as well, and then we'll come back to you in December again with a resolution seeking just a little more authority to get these funds spent and out the door before the deadline hits us on December 30th. So with that, I'm of course here to field any questions you may have, but the question I have for you is, what is missing? We want to make sure that we are collecting your ideas and your feedback. Just like last week, you mentioned concerns about the homeless bucket, as it were, not being big enough. You had concerns about not enough money going to business relief. We came back with proposals to address both of those, and so we'll take your feedback today. Get your ideas out on the table. The closer we get to December, the more difficult it is going to be for us to pivot in a way that is meaningful and would accomplish your goals. So this is your opportunity to give us a little more clarity, a little more direction, and of course ask any questions you may have. With that, Madam Mayor, thank you so much for allowing me to take up some of your time today, and I'm going to answer.
Dylan, is it, looking at some of this, can we move some of this around? Is that what you're showing us at this point? I mean, I know we've tentatively agreed to, some of these commitments, but is it still possible to sort of move things around? Because what I've noticed is things have changed from when we started this allocation process, as we get into it. And I also think we should be, concerned or should not get our hopes up that we will get another stimulus. I know when people are saying, hey, I think we're going to get another stimulus, I'm hopeful. I think we have to be very aware that probably may not happen. It could be very likely. So is that am I correct, Dylan?
Yeah, Madam Mayor, for the record, Dylan Shaver, you certainly have that as an option to move from one to the other. We distributed a budget update to you just yesterday with sort of the amounts remaining in each category, and those are also clarified on each individual slide for the buckets. It's like what is actually remaining in those particular line items. So council could certainly do that today. However, what I would recommend is rather than do that, just let us know what you'd like to accomplish, and we will come back with something to vote on so that you're not, basically amending an Excel spreadsheet by committee. So if there's a priority that's unmet, you just let us know now, and we'll find a way to work it in and come back with a recommendation that accomplishes your goal.
Mm-hmm. Go right ahead. Go right ahead.
This is Councilwoman Weber. I just have a question. In looking at all of this, have we looked at our senior population at all in this? Because they're really impacted through all of COVID. And I know we have areas, but just as we're looking at some of these, the mental health, seniors really need that right now as well.
Mm-hmm.
But in food distribution, that part, we need to, I believe, focus some funding, and especially in my ward, but I would not be, I'd like it for the whole city, something for seniors. And I know our parks, it's really difficult because during COVID, they can't meet. So, and we don't have activities for them. So what are we doing for our senior community? And maybe there's something out there already that I'm not aware of.
Bonnie, there's a lot of programs through RHA because, most of our residents are seniors. So with food distribution and with rental assistance, RHA is doing some really good programs, but also on the mental health piece with seniors, I don't know if anyone knows this, but our seniors are one of the highest rates of suicide. And so, like Bonnie said, a lot of them have really gone through a lot. So,
Madam Mayor, and I'm thinking that you're right about RHA and the community, but there's a lot of people that are just in their homes. They're paying their bills. They're just in there, but they are not getting out. They're not being able to utilize services. So I don't know if there's other ways to focus a little bit on some need that all seniors.
Madam Mayor. Yeah, I was going to say, Councilwoman Jordan, since you are the liaison, go right ahead.
Thank you. And if Rebecca's on the line, she could kind of give an update. We had some lengthy conversations about this exact issue about seniors, being safe and sheltering in their homes, but the consequences of doing that on their mental health and even their physical health. Right. So she was doing some additional research on some of the programs that may benefit, those that are in their homes, and certainly something that was of concern to me is those in nursing home environments that are sheltered from any contact other than maybe the nursing folks that are working there, and what that's doing to them, and how we could, talking about initiating a pen pal or a card initiative within the community to just keep some level of communication with our senior population. I've seen that done in some other cities where the younger population sent cards or pictures or notes to the senior population, and I saw that through the Stuffer bus and the impact that had. But I don't know, again, if Rebecca's on the line, but I know, along with Tess, they were doing some pretty deep dive research on into the senior support programming. Some of the, the food delivery and medicine delivery, I think it's fairly well taken care of. But it's just the lack of human interaction and how we can best make that better.
So, if I may, there are a handful of areas where the plan does touch the senior community. The mayor did mention sort of the work with RHA. Councilmember Jardin did mention, there is a specific $50,000 sort of tab in the communications item about how do we reach out to seniors. I don't know that there's a contract awarded to do that yet, but I know that Ms. Venus was doing a lot of work in that area, as you mentioned, Councilmember Jardin. There are also programs going on through our Parks Department to support this allocation, and there are funds left sort of on the table between now and the end of the year to explore sort of more outreach in that area, Councilmember.
Could I
go right ahead.
Recognize, thank you. I've expressed my concern about the long-standing obligations, responsibility of the city with the super shelter and the roles of the city as the best approach. But I want to ask, and also I want to thank. I think it's a good recommendation a good presentation that you came forward with recommendations of shuffling. Sometimes y'all just come back and, throw us stuff and here it is and what do you want to do. So I like it when you're all concrete, particularly on something so big and broad as this and time sensitive. But in terms of spending the money, you said the most team enhancement is eligible, but they'd have to resign or be terminated by the end of the year. I thought if it was encumbered, for example, the county could hire critical labor shortages of 4 social workers for the duration of 2021, if they were able to get those people on and get that money encumbered through their payroll. Because I thought when we talked about the school district, if they placed the order for the devices by December 30th, but didn't take delivery until, later, that would be okay. So can I just have clarification on that?
Absolutely. So we have to sort of differentiate the Act's guidance on devices and physical equipment versus government payrolls. A government cannot create a long-term payroll enhancement beyond the deadline for the Act. Even for the acquisition and delivery of a good, there is a separate standard applied to that, basically for the reasonableness of your expectation to actually get the thing, right? And so I believe I mentioned at the time, the school district, can turn around and order those laptops, the day after we cut them a check, with the reasonable expectation of those laptops would be delivered. Had they done so on December 19th, the Act would take a different view of it. Now, of course, we can guess as to how all of that would be implemented, but we're sort of trying to put ourselves in the shoes of the federal government auditor. But just the reasonableness of that particular time frame is just substantially less.
What about entering into a contract, say, with a company that hires social workers or has social workers, like and for all of 21 to do that kind of street level service work? Could we encumber a contract of professional services like that?
So for a contract like that to be prepaid, it must be prepaid sort of in the normal course of doing business. And you can't really do anything. The Act was written in such a way so as to specifically contemplate the conversation we are having right now. And I guess what I would say is that that's not a recommendation that I would be comfortable making to you. Certainly the funds are funds and we can spend them however we'd like, but when you look at that sort of thing, that's something that the government is looking at as well. That
Okay, I get that. I have one other question. And
Sorry, Councilwoman Breckus, let me move on to Councilwoman Jordan because she's been holding tight. I'll come back to you.
Okay,
and then
thank you.
I ask everyone to kind of wrap it up because I want to get you guys.
And Madam Mayor, I at least want to say something during this conversation.
Yeah, that's fine. Just I want everyone to be aware we want to get into a break soon. So go right ahead, Councilwoman Jordan.
Thank you very much, and I will be brief. Dylan, can you put the spreadsheet back up with regards to our unsheltered population? And these are all kind of tied, and just for everybody's benefit, I know that the Ambassador Program, Downtown Reno Partnerships, has 2 social workers on staff now, and the River Police team that is coordinated from all 3 jurisdictions. My understanding, at least one of those jurisdictions, if not all 3, that will have, when it rolls out, hopefully at the first part of next year, which this is not COVID related, will have social workers embedded with them as well. So there is some of that coming. So my question with this is, clearly the super shelter site is not just an effort to, house shelter people. It's for all of the ancillary sort of supportive things that we currently are siloed in or lacking in to help this population as well. So the mayor's efforts with regards to mental health services is critically important to this. Having space enough to put in things that inhibit people from going into a shelter environment, like dog kennels or is it a safe camp or whatever it is. Having enough space in order to do those things is really important. And not having scattered sites for a variety of reasons, because their proximity to services is not conducive, and certainly it's not very easy to staff when you have multiple scattered sites. So these are all the things that we're finding through our process, working with all the experts and the people involved. Why the super shelter site? It's not just the structure; it's all of the things that surround the structure and the things that can be on the property that are so critically important. I say that to say this. So as we enter the winter months, something that I am very, very concerned with, and I wonder if those dollars allocated to this, is the process that we currently have at the tent sites on 4th Street, where in the morning, my understanding is if the temperature hits 35 and it's not raining or snowing out, people are asked to exit the shelter. That's not the same with the Community Assistance Center. They're allowed to stay there, I guess, for longer periods of time or even 24/7. That doesn't appear to be the case at the tents. And I would like to find out why that is and how we can, for everyone's well-being, particularly during COVID, because it is a structured sort of secure environment where spacing and those sorts of things are enforced, how we may afford the opportunity to keep the tent sheltering structures open longer so that we are not pushing people out at 7 a.m. when it's 35 degrees out, and particularly in concert with the fact that some of the warming shelters, warming centers are not open. So I put that there because this is an emergent need. This weekend, I'm thinking come Saturday, we're going to be hitting some frigid temperatures, and pushing people out of these shelters is not something I am comfortable with. And my understanding was, I'm going to finish up now, Madam Mayor, is part of the reason was just simple staffing, and we were having folks that were from VOA that were over at the ballpark site, the Governor's Bowl site, that were kind of securing folks that were under those shade structures and the tables there. I think that's closed now or is closing. And can that staff and those resources be reallocated back over to the tents and keep it open for a longer period of time because they are heated? Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Mayor.
All right, go ahead, Councilwoman Dewar.
Yeah, well, for starts, I just completely want to support what my colleague just said about the tents. I have made this point for the last several years that we have the people, we exit the shelters at exactly the time of the lowest temperature of each day, which is typically, as she said, around 7 a.m., 6:30, 7 a.m. It's always darkest before the dawn. It's always coldest before the sun rises. So I completely support that. I also would love to see creation of associated dog shelter, kennels, whatever we have to do at this location, build it right now. It's not that complex to build. I get the staffing issue, but I mean, and I hope that we're going to address this very, very soon, because the more time goes on and the more we don't do it, the quicker the money's going to go away and we're going to have missed our opportunity. And these things seem to be some really key issues with the sheltering. I just wanted to go back. So that said, just kudos to what she just said, and I support it. Couple things on these other categories. If you could, Dylan, go back to the main page with all of the division. We, in the memo, you talked about that we've put in automatic touchless faucets. What I want to make sure under item 1, I think it is that we also look at the door openers, like Tumwa has at their building, the ways you can open the door with at the foot without having to touch a handle. And I think they had it way before coronavirus, and we should have it too. So it just makes it easy to open the door without having to deal with the whole, I just washed my hands thing, and now I have to open the door. Number 2, I brought this up, and I would be remiss if I did not bring it up right here, which is that we had an opportunity, I did, and Brad Fitch, to see some sanitation walkthrough equipment. I know staff is evaluating it, but the sooner the better. They brought up the issue that maybe not everybody wants to use the equipment. So that's the way it works on the construction sites. It's optional. But even if 60% of the people walk through the sanitation equipment, that's 60% of the people that probably have viruses and bacteria that have been kind of scrubbed from their clothes. And I've talked to our employees, and they said they will feel much better coming to work if we have something like that set up. It's just not that expensive, and I don't think it matters that some want to do it and some don't. I think it's like anything. So please, push ahead if we can and try to get something in place for our employees. And then lastly, there's this item called 3, enhance the city's remote work capacity and enhance facility compliance. I've also been a little bit of a broken record on this. I mean, you can also tie back to some previous items on our council agenda. We are still on Zoom. We still have very little way for the public to participate. Our city manager has assured me that by January we'll have figured out something. But we have an opportunity right now to enhance our networking capacity. And the fact that we're still talking about it and we haven't done it, whether it's a delay to vet public comment, maybe it's an extra staff member temporarily to do the 30-second delay. Our managers told me that they do something at the legislature. They managed to have public comment through all the special sessions of the legislature in the middle of the pandemic. Why can't we? We're just not that far behind. So I would love to see us spend some of this money. It will have long-term benefits, but short-term immediately get us back into public comment so that when we have things like a transfer station or things like appeals or things like allocation of funds, the public can easily participate. I know everybody supports that. It's just, let's get it done. That's what I would recommend. And I think that's it. I went over a lot of this. I support your initiative, Mayor, with the mental health. I look forward to the special meeting. And also, finally, Councilman Reese, Vice Mayor Reese, and I, both at our briefing, really talked to our staff about looking at ways to increase the social distancing program grants so that we can do special activities through the Thanksgiving season, the December holiday season, maybe outsource this with some contractors to put on some socially distanced events. Add to the ice skating rink. We took it off the agenda because there's some issues. Look at other ways that we can use our facilities or our outdoor spaces. But my gosh, they've done a great job. And Councilmember Reese and I really pushed to increase this. Originally, there was only like $200,000 in this category. Now there's $1.35 million. We're saying we can do even more. And it's practical, and it's during a dark time in our city. It's dark outside. We want people to have a good holiday season. It gets to the mental health issue. We're imploring our staff to reach out and see what we can do in this area. So thank you very much.
Madam Mayor, could I just say one more thing?
Sure.
In terms of the recommendation, maybe the presentation could be moved to the money going over to the RHA. I think it was moving from the eviction prevention program to RHA, maybe is the suggestion. Where is that?
Right here.
Wasn't there a recommendation? Yeah, 1.2. There is a building in Ward 1. It's on the corner of Arlington Avenue and LaRue. And it is a well care facility. And it is moved back and forth between well care as a contractor to the city that was administratively signed by Ms. Newby and I think the county and maybe even Sparks to house COVID people. And then I think the number of COVID people, and they were formerly homeless COVID people. Then that number dropped, and then it went back to kind of a dual function of well care people who are detoxing, and a Ward 1 resident was in that population, and he felt uncomfortable, so he left because it was also COVID people. But throughout it all, this building, which is an old single-family home, large, kind of stately and Victorian, with an apartment attached to the back, has been for sale. And I have been wondering if that could be a quick acquisition to the housing stock that is held, in this period of time for COVID people, but maybe even some bridge housing that could be used post-COVID for people who are transitioning out of homelessness, or even just as your run-of-the-mill subsidized property. It needs a fair amount of work. And I wanted to introduce that concept to the council because right now it's doing COVID work. COVID dollars are on the operations. I'd like to bring it in for hard costs. The reverse of the super shelter, we've got hard costs. So I was just hoping maybe we could move some of these dollars into a property acquisition that's being managed as a COVID facility right now. And I was hoping maybe the council could support that affirmatively because we got to spend and, it's for sale. So I would really hope whoever makes a motion could add that as a line of inquiry to our staff, either by themselves or through the RHA transfer of money. Because, and I know the mayor knows this, during the last stimulus, the RHA just ended up buying and buying and buying properties because they had the dollar, had the spend down, and there was a lot of properties available with the foreclosure. And then they, have put them into inventory or sold them to their, clients. So.
Madam Mayor and Councilmember Breckus, you inquired about this at the last meeting, and at the time I said, and unfortunately this remains unchanged, the governor's finance office is requiring pre-approval from the U.S. Department of Treasury for any acquisitions of brick and mortar facilities. And so they are just not comfortable with the amount of risk that is involved with that. They do not believe that brick and mortar acquisitions are an eligible purchase under the Act. So they would make us go and get approval from the Treasury Department. And I know that you have worked with the federal government at many times throughout your career. Getting a turnaround on those timeframes would likely put us outside the eligibility timeframe.
Well, how are we able to acquire the Governor's Bowl or that property that we're in litigation with next to the, where we built the overflow tent, that property? How can we buy those properties?
Those are not brick and mortar facilities. They are land onto which we are going to put a sprung tent structure, which we have already gotten approved by the finance office.
You went to the federal government on those?
They did not require us to, as it is not a brick and mortar facility. We described the project to them and were given the green light.
And the governor said we couldn't do that for this property?
Well, again, for a brick and mortar facility, what they are saying is that we would need to go to the federal government for approval. They're not going to weigh in on one way or the other until the federal government does.
So what's the RHA going to do with the money that we're going to give them?
The RHA money is specifically to support tenant assistance programs, basically to pay rent months that we, along the lines of what we discussed last week.
Okay, thank you.
All right, Dylan. The one thing I will just say, I'm just going to throw it out there, and then I want to wrap this up because I know everyone's probably hungry, and I just hate it when everyone sits for this long. And I'm sure you guys are getting the same sort of feedback, but also, you know, I'm sure you're like me and reading every, you know, COVID article when it comes to economic recovery and some of the ways that we can help our community through this pandemic. And one of the big topics, if you're reading anything about planning and development, is, you know, outdoor recreation, right? So just keeping that in mind, I'm hearing a lot of feedback from residents. And I think, you know, as we get into these darker months and going to be more challenging months, to, you know, keep that at the forefront of what, you know, people are going to want to be sort of active in some capacity instead of, you know, staying at home per se, because I don't think that that's healthy either, but giving them opportunities to have recreation, entertainment type of environment as we get into the next 6 months. So just stuff to think about. But I think, Dylan, this gives us a lot with the slides that you've provided, and I know all the hard work, and it's so hard to always, you know, please everyone when, you know, you're doing these allocations. It's challenging, right? But I think you've set a good path for us, and I'm proud that the council does, to me, looking at these, has, you know, a very good view of priorities and where they need to go. So I appreciate all of that. All right, are there any more comments? I can't see any of you, so if there are,
Madam Mayor,
speak up or forever hold your peace.
Madam Mayor, if I may.
Where are you? Oh, there you go. Vice Mayor Reese, go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Mayor, and I'll be brief. I want to just say a couple of things. Number one, for me, food insecurity has been the priority. That's why I have emphasized a food pantry, certainly in Councilmember Weber's ward and in our area, because we get to work in that area together. I would like to see food pantry, and I know that there's a proposal in by Helping Hands, and so I'm hopeful that that'll come to pass in this next allocation. The only other thing I'll say is that, Madam Mayor, I think you have hit the nail on the head, and it touches on a number of issues related to other concerns, and that is, as we enter the next phase of the pandemic, and while we're in a very cold and dark winter, we need to give people the opportunity to do things outside. And so ideas that have been floated include, you know, a drive-in movie theater, a socially distant, you know, time at the Aces ballpark, having outdoor things that our residents can do, because that's how we avoid social isolation and seniors not feeling like they can go outside. I think our city manager shared with me a very good article, and I hope he'll share with all of you about outdoor opportunities and the recreating that goes with that. Now, admittedly, I don't believe that our city staff can take on anymore. I mean, I think they're at the basic breaking point. So we'd have to come up with a way to make sure that those things are handled by outside vendors and maybe we'd manage. But otherwise, I'm happy with the efforts that have been undertaken and with the thoughts and process that have been expressed here. And so I appreciate all the hard work that's gone into this, and Mr. Shaver and a lot of staff. But you're the one who I can see on my video, so I would say thank you so much, and keep fighting the good fight, and we'll see where we come on the other side of it.
Madam Mayor, could I ask one?
Go ahead.
I'm sorry. On the business relief program, I've been doing some reading, like you, Madam Mayor, and I'm wondering if there is this concept going around of using some of the CARES money that's to incentivize businesses that are open to close, in terms of preventing. You know, they have the ability under the law to open, but tying some of the CARES money to have them voluntarily close in return for the money for the business or the employees to help help prevent the spread of the disease or the illness. Did you all look into that? What did you find?
Councilwoman Breckus, I would say, because I've worked with a lot of the businesses, there are some that have chosen to do that with the money to sort of close and regroup so that they're sort of helping along with, mitigating the impacts of COVID. So what I've found is each business is sort of has a different path and a different idea. Some of them have worked out leases with landlords to sort of stop, some of those leases in place and regroup. So, the ones I've talked to are, if they can, they are looking at that. I've seen several businesses that are doing that. So yeah.
Well, but the idea is maybe, if you're eligible for $10,000, but if you close for a month or 2 weeks, you get $15,000, something like that. Mr. Shaver, what did you find?
So we did look a lot into that after you sent over the recommendations, and frankly, going into our conversations with the governor's task force and going into that, we sort of a novel innovation that we wanted to explore. Absent good data from the health district about where spread is occurring, which has been sort of a challenge we've had since the beginning of the pandemic, we sort of took our own assessment of where it could happen, and with that, we pulled just the number of licenses in the city of Reno that were for restaurants and bars, and that would include restaurants with alcohol service, without, and so forth. And it came to 924. And the reason I highlight that number for you is that if we were going to give out a meaningful amount of money to keep some of these businesses closed, we did a little canvas of the operators in that space. The amount required to make it worth their while would seem to dwarf the resources available at our disposal. And so at that point, you're then saying, like, maybe a dozen would voluntarily close their doors for the resources we had set aside. But insofar as achieving a potential public health goal, that would it doesn't seem as though it would be that effective. But we do continue to explore it, particularly as we watch what happens, and I'm sure you've all been hitting refresh on your browser in the background to see how things are going to shape up in D.C., just like I have. And as other resources become available, it's still on the table. It doesn't seem like we could do anything meaningful at this time.
Okay, anyone else? That being said,
Madam Mayor?
Yeah, go right ahead, Councilwoman Jordan.
Sorry, and I'm going to be brief, and I'm going to go back to my staffing at the shelters for longer periods of time. Seeing some sort of effort in that regard by this weekend would very much be appreciated. I'm very concerned. I'm encouraging to move quickly on that if we can. Thank you.
I'd love to give you guys just a peek behind the curtain as I close, because Councilmember Jordan was kind enough to reiterate that request. When you say these sorts of things, I just want to give a big thanks to all of the people who work on these projects, because the second Councilmember Jordan asked that question, phones started to light up with the folks who work on that project with things that we might be able to do. Similarly, I've got the Parks Director texting me in response to some things you have said, and I just want to give a great thanks to the team. Heard what you're recommending today. I don't know that any of the recommendations or things you brought up require rebalancing of the buckets in front of you, but we still have a staff recommendation for you to act on or not as we determine how best to proceed. So thank you so much, and we'll get to work.
Madam Mayor, and that was going to be my question, is what exact action do you need today? You said the buckets are pretty well allocated. We're going to talk about the mental health aspects in 2 weeks. What are you looking for today?
So the staff recommendation is on the slide that I put up on my screen, and it occurs to me that I'm no longer screen sharing. So
well, do you want us to move something? Could you just say?
Yeah, so the staff recommendation comes in 3 parts. One would be to move $1.5 million from the remote work and facility improvement line to, which is line 3 in the spending plan, to line number 4 in the spending plan, which would support the super shelter concept. Recommendation number 2 would be to enhance the business relief programs on line number 6 with $1.2 million from the residential eviction relief programs on line number 5. And then number 3 would be essentially to take the remaining funds within residential relief programs and earmarking that to give an additional $1.2 million to the Housing Authority.
Okay, I would like to comment on that recommendation. I'm fine with the recommendation. I think it's consistent, but what I don't see are two things. One, I am very concerned not only about our unsheltered population, but our own employee population. And I want to make sure that there are sufficient funds in this line 3 that you're talking about taking money from, and making sure that we, you know, in addition to these touchless faucets, that we have the door stops. I don't think they're very expensive, and that you said it will leave $650,000, so that's good. But as long as we can look at the sanitation, okay, and as long as we can look at public participation in that $650, I'm totally fine with this. I mean, I totally support the homeless, but I support our employees too. And the second thing is, are we talking about moving any more money? We only have $200,000 in this socially distanced programming. Again, Councilmember Reese and I have been advocating for that. It speaks to seniors, speaks to mental health. It speaks to a number of things that are in this, you know, getting at it in a different way. So what's your recommendation? Is there another $500,000 or $300,000 that we could put into support, you know, this upcoming holiday season with outdoor recreation and so on?
I see that Councilmember Reese is trying to speak, and if he'd like to
fine.
Before I do, I certainly don't want to take that opportunity away.
Oh, no, I'm happy to wait, but I guess I am somewhat differing in my view about continuing to share or spend money on facility improvements. And just follow me in my thinking. It doesn't have anything to do with my belief that we're not protecting our employees. They are the most important thing. Our city doesn't function without them. But I worry that what we're doing is, you know, bathroom enhancements and doorknobs when really we have so many other priorities. So I don't want to spend our money on us, is what I'm saying. I want to spend our money on our community. And so I just will differ in a small part about that. We can live, I think, without door pulls and fancier faucets, because I just don't think that those are what we need to spend if we're getting down to the nubbins. I sort of was following along on the idea of the tube that shoots you with something, but even then, if I were choosing between that and some other thing that was, you know, putting food in people's, food boxes, I would go for the helping the people first before I would say, let's build a thing or let's change knobs. That therein lies my concern. You are 100% right, my colleague, Councilmember Dewar, about where do we find the money to enhance the kinds of social programming stuff that we want, and I would like to see that happen for sure. But by and large, I'm okay with the recommendations here, as long as staff hears what the priorities, I think, are. And it's getting to that crunch time where we all are saying a little bit of different things, and it's going to be harder for the staff to suss through that. And so I sort of am leaning towards just accepting staff's recommendations, understanding that we've said some things that I hope that they'll take back to the drawing board. And
all I wanted to make sure is that there is money, and so if we have a difference, we have a difference. I'm looking at long-term sustainability for our staff, and we've been told over and over that there is sufficient food. That's why we only put $1 million, I think, in there originally, $1.2 million, because they kept saying, at least what I heard Mr. Shaver saying, was that we had a very robust food bank and other food service provision. Nobody's going to take care of our staff but us, whereas many people are focused on the food aspect. So don't misunderstand me. I want to do it all, and as long as there's some money left, the $650,000, I'm fine. I'm fine with the staff recommendation. That's all I asked was what's remaining. So, thank you.
We do believe that the $650,000 will go a long way to enhancing our staff's ability to work safely. I'd be remiss not to thank from Mr. Flansburgh down to Ms. Koski to Mr. Mr. Vera, and all of those teams who have put a lot of great work into this, as well as our folks in IT, Rich McKimji and her team, who have allowed us to beef up our remote work capacity, and we believe the funds left in that bucket will allow us to continue to do so.
And finally, these things are not just to help our staff. I mean, people come to City Hall. I mean, it's a gathering spot where contagion can happen, and this is for not just our employees, but other people use the bathrooms too. Other people have to go into the building too. I just want it to be a safe environment for all, just like we created the new DMV, which is going to have a grand opening in about a week. Just like we have put up, the shields and everything is for our employees, but it's also for the public. So just to be clear, I'm not just unifocused here. Okay. But anyway, I would make a motion to support the staff recommendation. Thank you.
And Dylan, I just want to say thank you so much for moving that over, because it did concern me. I think just like, Vice Mayor's thoughts on, where we're prioritizing and some of the way that we look at these allocations. So I think you did a really good job, Dylan, and you've been super thoughtful. So very much appreciated.
Second, Weber.
All right. So I have a motion and a second. Is there anyone, I can't see you, is there anyone that wants to add anything else? No? Okay. I have a motion and a second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed? Motion carries unanimously. Okay, let's come back. How about at 2 o'clock? Sound good?
Madam Mayor, if I can interject before council goes anywhere. We have just a couple of items, and then would be recessed until your 6 p.m. So I would either recommend that council get through these last couple of board items now, or we come back a few minutes earlier before your 6 p.m.s. But I would recommend that
Madam Mayor, I'd be fine to move through the items and just wrap it up.
Okay,
let's do it.
All right, so the first one is item G1. This is appointment to the BFAC committee. Council Member Dewar is the liaison.
Thanks. So I didn't expect this to occur on the very next meeting, and I recommended December 9th. The next BFAC meeting's not till the end of January, so I'd like to continue this item to December 9th. Thank you. Okay, motion second.
Motion, all those in favor, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, nay.
All right.
Motion carries unanimously.
Thank you. This will reappear on December 9th. Next item is G12, appointment to the Human Rights Commission. Should be noted, these appointments are for the mayor's appointment, Ward 1, Ward 2, and Ward 5 at this time.
All right. So am I correct? I have one appointment available.
That is correct.
Okay. I would like to reappoint Sean Savoy.
Second.
I have a motion and a second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed? Motion carries.
Ward 1, Councilmember Breckus, we'd briefly discussed, I believe you'd like to continue your appointment for now. Is that still correct?
Yeah. Yes.
Okay. So we'll just count that as your motion to bring yours back.
Second.
Thank you.
All those in favor, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, nay. Motion carries unanimously.
Ward 2, Councilmember Dewar.
Yeah, I would like to recommend appointing Tori Sunheim for the position.
Second.
Okay, motion and second. All those in favor, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, nay. Motion carries unanimously.
Last, Ward 5, Councilmember Jordan.
Cesar Manera.
Okay, motion for reappointment of Cesar Manera.
Weber.
I have a motion and a second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed? Motion carries.
Thank you. Next item is G2. This is appointment of the vice mayor for the next year pursuant to charter.
Okay, I would like to appoint Councilman Weber.
Second.
I have a motion and a second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
And all motion carries unanimously. Congratulations, Bonnie. And if you need any assistance, you can tell that Councilman Reese can always jump in and help direct anything you need if I'm not available. So, congratulations.
Madam Mayor?
Yeah.
I definitely will. Thank you so much. I mean, I never, ever even thought of this. So I just want to say thank you. I hope I can do the job. And I will absolutely be depending on Councilman Reese because I can't do it all. And I have a lot to learn. So thank you so much.
You're going to be great. Congratulations. Okay. Moving on. Where are we at next?
We're on item H1. This is updates from boards and commissions from council.
Okay. Any council members with any updates? All right. Seeing that there are none.
All right, Madam Mayor, with that, I'd like to close out your redevelopment agency, which that would be the update for boards and commissions, which we also just passed. General public comment for redevelopment, we have none. So at this time, I'll be looking for a motion to adjourn redevelopment, and then after that, we will go into recess of the council meeting until your 6 p.m. hearing.
Motion to adjourn. I've got a motion and a second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed?
Nay.
Motion carries unanimously, and I will hand off the gavel to you, Bonnie, at the next council meeting. So we will finish this meeting out with Vice Mayor Reese, and we will move on. And good work today, everyone. Really appreciate the constructive feedback and participation. Okay, see you guys soon. We'll see you at 2 o'clock.
We'll be back at 6.
Oh, sorry.
6
Never mind.
PM.
Long night. All right. Okay, bye, guys.
Thank you.
test.
Ryan, I can hear you. Is that what you're trying to find out?
Thank you, sir. I was also doing a sound check for SOSU.
Okay. Madam Secretary, was proper notice given? Any correspondence received?
Mr. Vice Mayor, proper notice was given. One letter of correspondence was received from Melanie Cook in opposition to the appeal that has been submitted to council and is part of the record. We do not have any further public comment or voicemails on this item.
Okay, I'll note for the record.
Could I ask a question, though?
Hold on one second. I note for the record, too, that we received correspondence this afternoon to each of the members. I'm sorry, that's on the other one, but I want to first ask, were there any disclosures that were needed to be made by the members? Okay, I don't see any. Okay, let me come to you, Councilmember Dewar. Did you have a question?
Yeah, when our clerk said that they were opposed to the appeal, I don't understand what that means. Does that mean they don't want to see an appeal, or does that mean that, what does that mean?
My interpretation of the comment is that they believe that the decision of the Planning Commission should stand.
Oh, thank you.
Okay, Mr. Hall, I'll throw it to you for any technical readings that need to be done.
You can go ahead and read the item. So this is case number LDC 21-00011, Legacy Village Townhomes, appeal of the Planning Commission's denial of a tentative map to develop a 264-unit townhome residential subdivision. The plus or minus 30.98 acre site is located plus or minus 690 feet north of the intersection of Military Road and Lemon Drive. The site is zoned arterial commercial and has a master plan land use designation of suburban mixed use. Ward 4.
Thank you, Mr. Hall. And may I ask, do we have any issues of standing with regard to the appeal?
No, we do not.
Hey, can I get a motion from the body, please, as to the standing issue? Councilmember Dewar?
A motion for that they do have standing.
Okay, and a second. Okay, I have a motion by Councilmember Dewar, a second by Councilmember Weber. All those in favor, please signify by saying aye. Aye. Any opposed, nay. Motion carries unanimously. Okay, Ms. Foose, do you want to situate us and then walk us through what we need to know here at the outset?
Absolutely. Thank you. For the record, Angela Foose, Acting Community Development Director. Real quick, just to get you oriented, this is a site in North Valleys. It is a 30-acre site sandwiched in between Military and Lemon. The property is zoned arterial commercial. This project went to the Planning Commission as a tentative map for 264 townhomes and a special use permit. The special use permit was triggered because there's more than 100 units. And in this particular zoning, if there's more than 100 units, it triggers a special use permit. Planning Commission did approve the special use permit with a 3-2 vote in favor. They also recommended to approve the tentative map with a 3-2 vote. However, with a 3-2 vote on a tentative map, it was a technical denial. Tentative maps require 4 votes in favor. So while the Planning Commission voted in favor, it ended up being a technical denial. To give you a little bit more background as to what the discussion was with the Planning Commission, here is an image of the site plan. As you can see, all the units are located, they're duets, so they're 2 units together. Typically with townhomes, we see units being, multiple units being connected, but these are called townhomes because they're not detached from each other like a single family development. They are attached, but just to their one neighbor. Big picture things that we talked about at the Planning Commission was parking and enforcement. But typically in a townhome development, we do see private streets, not public streets. And I think part of the reason for that is typically in a townhome development, you're trying to kind of maximize the site and putting more units in. So you generally, we see townhome developments with more narrow street width, and they're not wide like a typical city street. In this one, because it looks and feels more like a single-family development, they are proposing public streets with our typical public street width requirement. And with that came questions on parking and who enforces parking. So there was a lot of discussion on would the city enforce parking, meaning if somebody was parking in the sidewalk or somebody was parking in the right-of-way, would the city be called to enforce that, or is that something through the CC&Rs that the townhome development would be enforcing through their homeowners association? A condition was added as part of the special use permit conditions that will require through the CC&Rs that parking is forced through the HOA. Again, they are proposing public streets, not private streets. There was also some question on, in townhome developments, whether or not it's required to have private streets. Going back, we went back and looked at code after the fact, and there is nothing in code that specifically says townhome developments have to have private streets. Again, historically, we do see private streets, but again, normally you're trying to maximize the site and put more development on the site. In this case, they're doing less development by making wider streets. So they are asking for public, not private. And again, because that 3-2 vote was a technical denial, the applicant, the developer and applicant have appealed this case, and they are before you, and I believe can also provide you with some additional information. Thank you.
At this time, we will transition.
Thank you, Ms. Booth. I'm going to first, hold on one second, please. I see Mr. Durling and Paradiso Triangle are here, but I want to first come to the body and ask how much of, or if need be, had a presentation to begin with. This, Councilmember Weber, this is your ward, obviously. How would you like to see this proceed? You're muted, sorry. Almost, let's see. I know we're having technical difficulties, and there you are.
Okay, I think we need a little presentation. Yes, please.
Okay, let's go to Mr. Durling, and let's move him over, Madam Clerk.
All right, at this time, Andy, you may share your screen, which you are doing, and begin your presentation. Be noted, as the appellant, you do have 10 minutes on the clock.
Thank you very much. For the record, Andy Durling with Rogers, representing Paradiso Communities for the Legacy Village Townhomes. As Angela mentioned, just a quick overview of where we are in the world. This is where Military and Lemon come together in the North Valleys. It was a request for a tentative map to establish 264 townhome units, and then it also included the special use permit, which stands approved by the Planning Commission. Just a little bit closer view of the property. To the west of us is the existing Peak Apartments. To the north is one of the phases of Logistics Center. And then to the south, there's been recent commercial approvals. The development includes all 4 of these parcels, but only a portion of the southern parcel. About 5.5 acres will be retained for potential future commercial development. So really, it's just the majority of the 3 northern parcels there. The property is master plan suburban mixed use and zoned Artero commercial. And just a little bit of an overview, 264 units. As Angela mentioned, they are townhomes provided in a duet style fashion. So it's 2 units that are attached on a shared wall. They do have a house forward design. So the living areas are towards the front of the house, garage focused towards the back of the house to kind of not have the wall of garages, but actually have those living areas and front porches to the street. Each unit does have a 1-car garage and a 1-car driveway. Vehicle and pedestrian circulation is provided throughout the site and connects to facilities on Lemon and Military. And then we also have a large open space buffer on the north portion of the site, which is in the tan here. That is the large retention basin, but doubles as a recreational facility. It's got a trail around it that'll connect in with the sidewalks in the subdivision. 1- and 2-story townhomes, again with a shared wall, 2-bedroom, 1-bath, and 3-bedroom, 2.5-bath floor plans. And as I mentioned, house forward design with the recessed garage. To talk about the Planning Commission denial, as Angela mentioned, it was a 3-2 vote in favor, so what we refer to as quote-unquote a technical denial. The 2 dissenting votes really only identified private streets as a reason for denial. Private streets were not proposed with the development. It was actually proposed with public streets, and private streets, as Angela mentioned, are not required by code. The approved conditions that were approved by the Planning Commission as part of the special use permit address some of the staff concerns relative to code enforcement of parking in some of these driveways, and that it will be enforced by the homeowners association. Effectively, at the end of the day, we felt like the Planning Commission's decision was based on a misinterpretation of code. Staff had represented that private streets would otherwise be required in situations like that, and that's just really not the case. 2 of the planning commissioners that were the dissenting votes mentioned findings F and G as findings they could not make as part of the special use permit, or I'm sorry, the tentative map. Finding F requires that general conformity with the governing body's master plan of street and highways. Guiding principle 5 of Reimagine Reno addresses overall street connectivity and does not discuss private streets. The project conforms with that guiding principle 5 and provides connectivity between Military and Lemon, the two arterial streets adjacent, and private streets may not provide that connectivity. A lot of times when they're private streets, you may have gated communities, and that wouldn't provide that connectivity. So really having public streets in here is more conforming to the master plan. The project also meets policies 5.1A, balance mode, right-of-way preservation, system capacity, roadway design, classification, and access management, just to name a few, with respect to the city's master plan of streets and highways. Finding G was also mentioned by the dissenting planning commissioners, which is the effect of the proposed subdivision on existing public streets and the need for new streets and highways to serve the subdivision. This project is served by existing arterial streets by way of Military and Lemon. The improvements that are going to be made to those streets per the traffic analysis were included in the tentative map design. And whether or not the streets within the subdivision are public or private, it has no effect on the existing public streets. It's the same, it would have the same effect. This project was really designed as an attainable housing answer to the issues that we're facing throughout our community. It provides that desperately needed missing middle, which is identified in Reimagine Reno, both in the master plan, when you approve that, we're encouraging this type of development, and the developer heard that, and really this is a response to that requisite need for missing middle housing in our communities. It encourages homeownership, so these will start at a very attainable price. It was asked the Planning Commission what the starting price point would be for these, and we answered it would be somewhere around $275,000. So really, that is going to encourage people that may be living in multifamily or not have the opportunity for home ownership to actually have that again. Again, these are ideas that were put into Reimagine Reno. And finally, at the end of the day, private streets, which became kind of that lightning rod for those couple of planning commissioners, it kind of goes against the attainable housing aspect of this. Where you may have an affordable home price, when you put private streets in, you end up with very high HOA dues, and that works against the home attainability. So with that, we are looking for you to reverse the Planning Commission's decision on the tentative map, and we're here to answer any questions you may have.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Durling. I'm going to, before going to Councilmember Weber, I'm going to see if any of the body has questions at this time. Councilmember Breckus.
Yeah, I like this product. I really like duets. I tend to think that we need to do more private streets. That's been more of an issue in the hillside terrain-ish areas. But I can see it on this dense provision. Are they roll curbs?
No, it would be it's a relatively standard public street section with L curb.
Stand-up curb. What are the right-of-way widths?
46 feet. 46.
And how's that broken down?
There is parking on both sides of the street, sidewalk on one side, and then the two travel lanes.
Okay. Yeah, I mean, I can see it, particularly because it's very internal development. It's bounded by different, roadways, and then a large mega warehouse, so it's not got a lot of connectivity that public streets would go. So I see why the private street. But finding A requires us to look into the environmental health laws and regulations concerning water and air pollution, solid waste disposal, water supply facilities, community or public sewage disposal. And so I do have some questions about sewage disposal. Is there anyone from our Public Works Department who could talk about North Valley's Risworth sewer capacity?
Let's see who we have here at this late hour. Councilmember Breckus.
We'll move over John Flansburgh, Public Works Director, to be able to answer your questions on sewer capacity. Councilmember Breckus.
Okay, Mr. Flansburgh, were you able to hear that as you were transitioning over, or can I ask the good woman from Ward 1 to restate her inquiry?
Please restate the inquiry.
Okay, so finding one related to tentative maps is the environmental health laws and regulations concerning water and air pollution, solid waste disposal, water supply facilities, community or public sewage, and where applicable, individual systems for sewage disposal. So today we had a discussion that right now we only have 25 residential equivalent, units at Risworth, correct?
That is correct, and then we added 50,000 gallons today.
And what does that comport to in terms of residential units, if everything was to be all residential?
A little over 500. I don't have the exact number in front of me, but a little over 500 units.
500, and this we're looking for 264. So we've got 525.
I'm sorry, Councilmember Breckus. I was doing the math in my head, and that would be closer to 100,000 gallons. So actually, about 280 units or so is what that would equate to, the 50,000 gallons.
That's what we gave you today?
Yes.
So this thing would take it all up, more or less, And I want to honor people who have been in with tentatives already, because I presume they're a little further ahead of of their planning. And their clock is ticking, because when you get a tentative, your clock is ticking. And so even though I like this product and I don't object to the location, when this came up in August, I thought maybe we should prioritize, if we got into allocation, who we allocate where and what sort of product. But I'm afraid of, blowing our wad on this product if other people are in for tentatives. Do you know how many other people have tentatives that are already hanging around?
So in the report that we provide, we talk about projects that are in plan review. And the projects that we have in plan review currently have about 38,000 gallons worth of projects that are in plan review. And then we have projects that are initiative but not to will serve. That's where this project would come in if it were to be approved. We've got about 643,000 gallons in those projects that are initiated but not to will serve.
So tell me, when you say plan review, that means they're in some bin on someone's desk, in someone's cubicle, in City Hall, or virtual City Hall, right?
Yeah, so they are being basically reviewed for going to building permit, and then the sewer will serve letters are given when they have met all their approvals and they're ready to charge out.
So some of those people, just because my knowledge, could be through for plan review of administrative approval of a final map on a tentative, or in a situation where they just went to building permit, right?
That's correct.
But those people, if they come through those administrative approvals, and they are administrative approvals, they suck up all the capacity that we just granted to you.
So we do give will serve letters on first come, first serve as they are prepared. We do not have any, we don't discriminate against the different projects. It is the first come, first serve. There is some ability within the sewer allocation program, but council did not give me direction to carve out specific allocations.
Okay, well, I guess I'm having a hard time because I understand in the building there's people with permits to suck up all the capacity. So I don't want to give someone, or I don't feel I can make that finding that there's capacity for this project to have sewage at Risworth, public or private streets.
Thank you, Councilmember Breckus. I don't recall this discussion having come up at the Planning Commission, but I'll look now to my colleagues to see if there are any other questions at this time.
Well, if I could, it doesn't matter because we're sitting de novo, so everything comes up anew to us.
Understand what de novo means, having gone to law school. Thank you for that. Councilmember Dewar, you're on the clock.
So my understanding was one of the challenges here had to do with how many cars could park in a driveway, and it sounded like in reviewing most of these driveways fit one car, some maybe fit two, and there was a question about enforcement and cars hanging over sidewalks. Could someone from the team, either our staff or the developer, address that?
Yep, so a typical driveway is 20 feet long, and that can fit one car in terms of length. with this project, they don't have every single building at the same setback, right? They're providing some inundation so that there's a little bit of variety. So with that, they have driveways that are 20 feet long and longer than 20 feet. Where we run into problems is when people try and squeeze two cars parked tandem on a driveway that can't fit two cars, and they end up, parking over a sidewalk or parking into the right-of-way. So what we did.
Will this place have a HOA to enforce those kind of things?
They will, and we've added a condition as part of the special use permit conditions of approval that requires their HOA has to be the one to enforce parking. We've also required that if they're going to have parking for two tandem cars, it has to be at least 40 feet long.
When you say tandem, is that side by side or end to end?
End to end.
Okay. So I would agree with that. I would say that you're either got one car or two cars. Now, maybe somebody has a motorcycle. That's smaller. It seems like they could park that. But it seemed like that was part and parcel of some of the issues that came up at the Planning Commission was the ability to enforce for the city. And I somehow this played into the whole private versus public street. Could you just explain that?
Yep. If it's a private street, then a city gets a phone call saying, I'm complaining about my neighbor parking on the sidewalk. And if it's private, the city does not go out and enforce it.
So, but this is planned to be public. So
Correct.
This would put the enforcement responsibility on us.
Correct. So when we
is
get a
there
phone call,
something that the developer can do to kind of physically, either make these driveways 20 feet or 40 feet, so that it's clearly one or two car? Or is there everything in between?
They can, and so we've added a condition to make sure that they do that, both with the enforcement piece. Again, the HOA will be responsible for enforcing it. And we've also conditioned that if they're going to allow two cars to park, that driveway has to be a minimum of 40 feet in width.
So then it wouldn't hang over the sidewalk.
Correct.
And then we what I like about this is that you guys are thinking ahead, at least through this appeal process and maybe in advance of the appeal process, so that the city doesn't get all of this enforcement activity on their back to worry about parking and hanging over the sidewalk. I have tons of these issues in my ward that I get called a lot, and I end up having to put it on Reno Direct and call out Alex Woodley's team and code enforcement. And it's so time-consuming. So it almost seems like if it could be designed to deal with the problem in advance, and that there's conditions that say that specify it, that's so much better of a world, And it really helps the city, and it makes the place more sustainable, too. The second issue, just briefly, I, too, after we had the conversation today at our city council, and we talked about how much capacity was available, I got worried that once we have a tentative map that, there's sort of this elbow fighting about who comes in to use up the capacity. And so I just didn't know, and maybe this is for a future agenda item, perhaps we need to talk about making a list of priority and those kind of things. I'm just very concerned because I, too, was looking at these findings we had to make tonight, and I was really worried, like, how can I make a finding on sewer when I think there's all these other people in line? So I'll leave it right there, maybe on a second round.
And maybe just to clarify for the group,
please.
We do have projects come before us on a regular basis, right? Whether it's just a staff level review, such as an apartment complex, or a tentative map that typically goes to Planning Commission. So we've seen a lot of development that has not come before City Council while we've been dealing with the sewer issue. So we're very upfront with all the applicants, and we let them know it's first come, first serve. There's no surprises there. And there's also timing. So this tentative map that we're approving or not approving today has 4 years before it's required to become a final map. So they have 4 years to build this out, and they don't have to build all 264 units at once. Most of the time, these projects phase their development. And that's how we've been able to kind of get through development for the last couple years. We have about a year and a half left before the sewer treatment plant is built and constructed and we can start flushing toilets. So in that time, all of these developments are still moving forward and processing, but again, we are very keeping that communication line open so that, and Andy and his team can speak to this. They don't plan to come in tomorrow with 264 units. There's many steps that have to happen before they are actually going to need that sewer will serve letter.
So just 2 follow-ups. I thought it was 18 months, not 4 years. Could you just address that?
So a tentative map by state law, you have 4 years to record the first map, and then you have 2 years to record each subsequent map. So you can phase it out as long as the first map is recorded within 4 years.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, any additional questions from the body? Seeing none, I'll come to Councilmember Weber for a motion, please.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Mayor. In regards, let me see, I'd like to make a motion to reverse the Planning Commission's decision, and I think we've heard from staff tonight and the presenter, Mr. Dur, that this project can and should go forward. Thank you.
I have a motion by Councilmember Weber. Can I get a second?
Second.
Okay, second by Councilmember Jordan. Any other comments? Councilmember Dewar?
Vice Mayor Reese. Oh, sorry.
Oh, yes. Madam Mayor, yay, you're on. Okay, I see you there.
Oh, yes, sorry. I just wanted to let the clerk know that I am here. So go ahead. Sorry.
Thank you, Madam Mayor.
I just wanted to confirm, Angela, you went over a number of conditions with us, and I'm not sure that I saw them. They might have been in the packet somewhere, but you mentioned several additional conditions about the length of the road, HOA responsibility, and those kind of things. Are they all in there?
They are. And that was part of the special use permit that was approved. So condition number 6, within the existing conditions, we're not changing anything. This is what was already approved. Requires that the HOA be in charge of parking enforcement. And condition number 7 deals with the 40-foot long driveway.
Okay. And one last question about that. When I was looking at this project, I was looking for the common areas, and it sounded like, I just want to make sure I understand. With the tentative map, I think they're supposed to have some amount of park or recreation embedded. It looked like everything was pretty tight, but it sounds like there might be some open areas. And do we, like at this stage, require things like dog park? Is that included?
Because this is a townhome project, it's not an apartment project where we would typically require those park-like amenities. We work with the applicants rather than require some of those. In this case, the site's about 30 acres, and they have, I believe, about almost 8 acres of common area. So of that, there's, I think, about 4 acres that's landscaping and trees and trails. And then I believe about 4 acres, and maybe I'm saying that wrong, I'm actually, about 4 acres, I'm sorry, is the retention pond. And then they have, I think that will leave about 3 acres to be the common area. And if you want to chime in on those specific numbers, I appreciate that.
In advance, is there a condition in there about not only, I saw they had a nice planting plan for their trees and stuff, but is there a requirement that they maintain the trees?
As part of the HOA, they are responsible, yes, for maintaining all the common area, and that is a code requirement.
All right. Well, I can support this. I just want to register concern, though, that we're stacking up more tentative maps to be served out of the sewer plant, and I'm a little concerned about making finding A. And so I just want to register that, and maybe we need a more global conversation about that. It's tough to do on a project. But if we've been regularly approving tentative maps without a certainty that they can get served, they can go sell this tomorrow with a tentative map. And it's kind of buyer beware. Like, I'm not sure if the buyer would understand that they don't have sewer service. Maybe it's something,
Councilmember Breckus.
Yeah, I can't support the motion because I think the appropriate motion is one related to finding A, that we don't have the capacity and we're not able to serve this. If I hear in the building today under plan review, all the capacity that was granted today off the flow shape is taken, I just, I got to look. The finding tells us, do we have availability of sewer? And we don't. And I just don't think we can stack someone else up. So, we got to look at this with fresh eyes. And my fresh eyes say I can't make finding A because there's not sewer.
Okay, thank you. Any other additional questions or comments at this time?
Well, I guess I just have to follow up, Mr. Vice Mayor.
Councilmember Dewar, the floor is yours.
All right. I guess it's for Mr. Flansburgh. You went over this with us. You said there's it was a little unclear. You said there's room for 280 units, plus the 25, I think, that were remaining before you added the 50,000 today. So 305 units worth of sewer?
Yeah, so Councilmember Doer, we have the amount is around 55,000 gallons is what we currently have available with the 50,000 that was added by council today. We have about 38,000 in plan review. Now, some of these in plan review have been here since middle of 2019. Some have been here as recent as just this past week. So the projects are coming in as they do. We've got projects that are in the queue, as Angela is mentioning about the 4-year time frame. We've got projects in that have been initiated but not to will serve that have been there for quite some time. We've been very transparent with the development community and keeping them a track of in communication on what we have remaining. In fact, we update our form every week and post it on the website so that it's available for the development community to see. And of course, we are planning for what our future capacity is, the Reno State plant.
Well, here's what I'll just say. I'm uncomfortable, but I'm going to move forward, and I'm just going to ask our manager to put this on a future agenda item so we can not have to have this conversation every time with something coming in North Valley, so we have a more specific understanding. I don't want to hold these people up when we've been doing it this way, but I'm not comfortable with this way, okay? So that's just where I'm at. Maybe we could have a more detailed discussion about this.
Thank you. I want to also, just before I call for the question, Mr. Derling and the Paradiso Group, thank you for this excellent project. It does provide housing, which is a critical component of our community's future. It is very challenging for us to be in the position of having missing housing and for people who want to get into the housing market, but they're locked out by circumstance. This project, on the other hand, will provide that opportunity for potentially hundreds and then generationally of families to do that. So I thank you, I appreciate you, and I'll now call for the question. All those in favor of the motion being made by Councilmember Weber, please signify by saying aye. 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 Any opposed, nay?
Nay.
Motion carries 6-1. Madam Clerk, can you resituate us? Because I know Madam Mayor was here for the vote and was here for most of that presentation, if not all of it, but I couldn't see her, so I apologize for that.
Mr. Vice Mayor, I do have it noted in the record when she came in, as I saw her pop on a bit before she announced herself, so she was present through the presentation and for the vote. That will be noted. With that, we are moving on to item I2. This is an appeal filed for the Daybreak PUD Planning Area 3. Mr. Derling is the applicant's representative on this. We have moved over. Tracy Wilson is the appellant. She will be moved over. Additionally, Angela Foose and Arlo Stockham will be available for questions.
Okay, welcome, Ms. Wilson. I know the lateness of the hour, but it's always a privilege to see you. Can I just, I cannot see the screen, so I apologize, Madam Mayor. I am not in a position to see you, so I'll just ask if the City Attorney's Office would start us off by reading the agenda item. And you've already, I think, Madam Clerk noted that the agenda has been opened. But may I ask, while we transfer Mr. Hall over, was proper notice given? Any correspondence received?
Mr. Vice Mayor, proper notice was given on this item. We received 17 letters in support of this appeal. No letters of opposition, no letters of concern. Additionally, we do not have any voicemails for this item.
Okay, and do any council members have any disclosures on this item at this time? Okay, thank you so much. Before we transition over to presentations, Mr. Hall, can you read and then answer the question about whether or not there is a standing issue that needs to be dealt with?
Yes, thank you. I'll introduce the item. This is case number LDC 21-00008, Daybreak PUD, Planning Area 23. Appeal of the Planning Commission's approval of a tentative map to establish 160 single-family detached dwelling units. The plus or minus 66.8 acre subject site is located plus or minus 2,500 feet northeast of the intersection of Veterans Parkway and South Meadows Parkway. The site is zoned PUD Daybreak and PUD Bella Vista Ranch Phase 2. The site has a master plan land use designation of single-family neighborhood and special planning area, Ward 3. And we do not have an issue with standing.
Okay, can I get a motion on the standing item? Okay.
I will make a motion.
You're in? Okay, good. Okay, I have a motion by Councilmember Dewar, second by Madam Mayor. All those in favor, please signify by saying aye. 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 Any opposed? Nay, the motion carries unanimously. Okay. Ms. Spruce, can you give a brief introduction as to the nature of the appeal?
Okay, I just went dark. Hold on. Too much inactivity in my room. Thank you for the record, Angela Foos, Acting CD Director. Real quick for you, this is a tentative map for 160 units. This is the first tentative map as part of the Daybreak Planned Unit Development. As you'll remember, we spent about 2.5 years processing the PUD and master plan, and that was approved earlier this year. So this is really that next step in the process. It's 160 single-family units. This did go to Planning Commission, and Planning Commission approved it 5-0. As part of this, we're looking at, again, the 160 units and also access into the site. So you can see on the map that's before you, I used a dashed blue line so that you can see the area in question. We are connecting from South Meadows, constructing the rest of Rio Wrangler, which will then access this particular planning area or village. The appeal tonight is based on the Feral Horse Plan. Ms. Wilson had submitted comments to Planning Commission with concerns that we needed to add some additional requirements on the Feral Horse Plan. Planning Commission reviewed those comments but did not discuss it as part of the Planning Commission hearing. So there was no discussion, there was no back and forth, and there were no additional conditions added. So what's before us today is the appeal by Ms. Wilson, and I know that Ms. Wilson and the applicant have been working together. They've put together a list of about 8 items that I think that they've come to an agreement on. I will leave it up to the appellant and the applicant to go over those specific 8 items, and that pretty much summarizes my presentation.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Foos. Can I ask Ms. Wilson if you're unmuted? Okay. Welcome again. Thank you so much for being here. Your appeal absolutely raises issues of concern and ones which I think are the body would like to hear about. Would you desire to make your presentation at this time?
I would, yes.
Okay, thank you. You have 10 minutes, and we'll. Okay. And we won't interrupt during that time, I don't think.
Okay.
Just use the time as you need it, and we'll talk here in a few minutes.
Okay. Well, I'm Tracy Wilson. I'm a volunteer assistant to the president of Wild Horse Connection, who holds the Virginia Range Horse Range Management Agreement with the Nevada Department of Agriculture. I'm also a volunteer, an assistant supervisor, and a board member with LRTC's Technical Large Animal Rescue Team, and a volunteer documenter and data analyst for American Wild Horse Campaign. So basically, I'm out there all the time. I brought this appeal today to address issues of public safety before this project moves forward, and hopefully the others in the immediate area of this portion of Daybreak move forward. I'm asking that you modify the approval with conditions. So let's talk about why. Over the years, we've seen a lot of development happening in Southeast Reno. From this, we've learned much about what it takes to keep both our communities and wild horses safe as urban meets wildland or rangeland. We've learned where mistakes or lack of action have actually created situations of public safety hazard with horses on major roadways and in the neighborhoods. What we've done so far has been a step in the right direction, but more is needed when it comes to keeping horses out of the streets and neighborhoods. What we would like to see are some very important yet very basic features and precautions to be required to be put into place now rather than chasing the problem around in circles as we're doing currently all throughout Tamani and Curdy Ranch areas. We know now what the issues are and some of the ways they can be prevented or at least kept to a minimum. Our volunteers, including myself, are out there every day and night dealing with them. There's no pretending we don't know what they are. I think I've probably been vocal enough with many of you that there's no pretending the city of you doesn't know what they are, and there's no reason for not putting the safety of the community and the horses in the forefront and implementing preventative solutions now. In fact, doing so would just be a disregard for that safety. We aren't asking for crazy over-the-top implementations, just common sense preventions. I know temporary construction fencing and cattle guards are already being considered as per the PUD handbook. And those details, but there's other issues that need to be addressed, and those details need to be worked out now. This includes maintenance of those fences and cattle guards, something we're having a lot of trouble with for the Palisades and Regency Carmela Ranch developments. We have horses passing through because those fences have been breached and not maintained. Unpaid volunteers have had to not only repeatedly call the city for help in getting these issues followed up on, but have had to actually go out and do fencing repairs themselves on fencing that was required by the city to be put in the first place. I did that just today. Vandalism, property destruction, and damage, which includes cut fences and damaged gates, are unfortunately a current part of life in this area, especially where this project is going in. Since enforcement of this isn't really possible, fencing needs to be checked regularly and repaired promptly as part of the developer's responsibilities to the communities they're building and those that already exist. Honestly, lighting and cameras would be helpful, as most of this damage is done under the cover of darkness. We have human-created problems here. These aren't horse issues, they're people issues. We in the wild horse organizations are doing our part by fertility control to reduce the population of horses, which reduces the horse-human conflict and active management under an NDA agreement with Wild Horse Connection. The agreement includes very expensive diversionary feeding done under approval of the NDA with very expensive certified weed-free hay up in the hills to draw horses away from these areas. This is to the tune of over $5,400 a month just in this area. That doesn't include the rest of the Virginia range. It's funded purely by donations and grants. Expensive, but it's working. As an example, there are 60 plus horses just at the top of the canyon at the end of Toll Road that normally come down and wander through the streets of Curdy Ranch. They're staying up there due to diversionary feeding. We have a few horses getting out in various areas, but diversionary feeding is actually keeping those numbers from climbing. New development, the city and the county all need to do their part too. I want to give a little background on how this Daybreak project got to the appeal level. First, I've offered again and again to discuss the issues. In fact, I've discussed them on several occasions with some of you and others, but getting those next steps has been hard. No one asked what precautions needed to happen on this project to keep the public and the horses safe, despite this being very near a BLM parcel. Months ago, I reached out to a representative from Daybreak who promised a meeting. That never happened. Approximately 2 years ago, a city planner said he'd like quarterly meetings with the local wild horse groups to discuss, but that never happened. When I found out this Daybreak project was headed to the Planning Commission along with nearby project areas, I reached out to Brooke Oswald. I told him I hoped the issues had been considered and addressed to avoid having to delay the process or go back and change it after the Planning Commission. I said in the long run, it would be easier for everyone if these things were addressed and incorporated before the project begins, and it would make the tentative map process be a smooth one. I mentioned gates, lighting, landscaping, fencing, including maintenance, cattle guards, and signage. I said I was available to discuss and that we would be asking for these things. In a 3-sentence reply, I was told they would be fencing per the PUD handbook. I replied again, stated there was more than just fencing to consider, and yet received no further reply. I know he's busy, so am I, but I still had time to deal with this. I go to bed at night hoping this won't be the night I get called out to move horses or worse, respond to one that's been hit. And yet, I still do this. My point is, community safety is important. With COVID restrictions, I wasn't allowed to speak at the Planning Commission, so submitted written public comment. That wasn't addressed. They approved the project without asking the questions I had brought up, so I filed this appeal. Since the appeal was filed, I have met with Andy Durling of Wood Rogers and Christopher Blay of NPLC and others, and we have followed up on email. I want to state that they've been receptive to the conditions we are asking for. They've been receptive to incorporating them on their future project areas that also border the current open range land areas to avoid this process again. They went so far as to draw up a legal agreement between me and them and listed the city of Reno as a third-party beneficiary. They don't want to be here tonight. I didn't want to be here tonight, but this is the process. It's not about a legal agreement between me and them. It's not me as an individual in NPLC. This is about the safety of our ever-expanding communities and the wild horses that are part of our history and that draw people to this area. It's about our responsibility to their safety. However, the only path forward at this stage is this process we're in tonight. So that's what I'm asking you tonight in this appeal. I'm asking that you modify the approval to include these conditions. We've always said that we want collaborative solutions to keep the public and horses safe, and I think this is a path to that. We can't continue to expand Reno and not address that there are 800 to 1,000 pound animals on the streets. Recently, I and another volunteer were called out of bed late at night due to a horse that had been hit on Rio Wrangler Parkway. The horse suffered a broken leg. The driver's vehicle was totaled. I waited in the dark for an hour with the RPD officer and the injured horse until someone could arrive that could euthanize. I don't want to keep doing that. None of us do. So I think I submitted a slide for the conditions. I don't know if Ashley can put that up because, anyway, the conditions, I think you guys all got a copy of them too. I'll go through them real quick. Prior to any construction activity on the property, which is subject to the Village 23 tentative map, fencing and cattle guards shall be installed by the developer as described below. Contiguous fencing shall be installed all around the perimeter of the property in accordance with NRS 569.431 and no gaps through which the horses may enter the property. Cattle guards need to be welded with hoof stops, and self-closing gates that open out away from the development shall be installed at all locations where roadways cross the perimeter of the fencing. This includes the north and south ends of Rio Wrangler Parkway there and the access road to the water tower. 6-foot pedestrian self-closing gates that open out shall be installed at all locations where sidewalk or pedestrian pathways cross the perimeter fencing. Pedestrian gates installed near cattle guards may double as emergency exits for horses that inevitably get stuck inside the gate. Perimeter fencing shall be maintained by the developer during construction, and maintenance responsibilities shall be transferred to a homeowners association upon formation. Developer association shall maintain a contract for on-call fence repair to expedite response within 48 hours to repairs as needed. During developer's construction, the developer will require its contractor to provide a gate monitor for roadway crossings with an emphasis on monitoring areas on the property with potential ingress, egress to existing improved areas. And this includes the existing terminus of Rio Wrangler Parkway. The developer will not install streetscape turf within 200 feet of the cattle guards or roadway crossings, and where open channel drainage facilities cross the perimeter fencing on the property, large riprap will be installed in the drainage channel abutting the perimeter fencing. As you can see, these conditions aren't beyond reason and common sense precautions. Again, I ask that you modify the approval for their tentative maps with these conditions included. I think sometimes we make doing the right thing the hard thing, but I think the right thing is what we need to do here to protect our communities as well as our wild horses.
Thank you, Ms. Wilson. Appreciate your very thorough presentation and for your advocacy. Can I look to Mr. Durling or Mr. Pani? Welcome to the meeting. Do you have something to add or anything you'd like to speak to?
Yes, Michael Pani on behalf of the developer Daybreak, and I'll be very brief. First off, I want to thank Ms. Wilson for her cooperation and for her patience in working through these issues. As she indicated, we were able to work cooperatively with her and are agreeable to the 8 conditions to the tentative map to resolve her appeal. It's unfortunate we were not able to address this at the Planning Commission, but fortunately it is very easily addressed tonight. We believe this is a good resolution to the appeal, and we would join with her and ask that the council move to uphold the Planning Commission's approval of the tentative map with the 8 additional conditions of approval added. And we did submit a letter earlier today that has the same conditions that Ms. Wilson's just read for the record.
Okay, thank you. Let me come back now to the body and see if there are any questions for Ms. Wilson or Mr. Pani. Okay, I don't see any, so I'm going to ask Councilmember Dewar.
You know, I really appreciate you coming here today, Tracy. The last few appeals that the City Council has had to review have come because things could not get addressed at the Planning Commission, and it sounds like often it's because the public cannot speak. It sounds like horse management was envisioned in the PUD. So I guess I've got a couple questions for our staff, and maybe this is for now and for going forward. You've pointed out, and in fact, I've received numerous letters from you about those projects that you referenced in South Reno, and I've worked with you to get gaps fenced. I've worked with you putting in fence down there. I worked with Karina. I see what you guys do, and you're on it like every single day. And so what I guess I'm wondering is, it seems like these need to be some kind of set of standard conditions that when areas are bordering the Virginia range, these are pretty common sense. What we've had to do at city expense is we've had to do a whole traffic study. We've had to lower speeds on roads. We've had to put in lighted signs throughout the development. And I guess I'm wondering, are lighted signs anticipated for this development? Are lowered speeds anticipated for this development? So those are two of my questions. A third is going to be, you've mentioned to me numerous times cameras. I think you guys put up a small kind of household type camera, but I don't think it's sufficient because what I've observed in the area is that often what's happening there 95%, 98% of the time is it's people cutting fences or people leaving gates open, which is illegal under our state law. Both things are illegal. And yet it continues to happen, and the only way to enforce is to make sure that we capture that event, and it seems like a camera is required. I didn't hear a camera mentioned in these conditions that you mentioned, so that's why I'm bringing it up. So I guess I'm asking for the applicants a couple questions. One, speed limits. We've had to lower speed limits on Rio Wrangler from initial 45 to 35, on Steamboat Parkway to 35. We've proposed lowering it on Veterans, on the south end of Veterans, to 35. It's 45 now. So I wondered if the applicants could maybe address some of these other related issues.
Sure. With respect to the design speeds of Rio Wrangler, that is identified in the handbook as 35 miles an hour, so it would be consistent with the other portions of Rio Wrangler to the south. And then with respect to the cameras, no, we would not be including cameras. We have concerns about liabilities that would be associated with that and putting that monitoring responsibility on homeowners association. But street lighting and lighting of those areas would be appropriate at those crossings and gates.
Well, do you think that should be the city's responsibility then? I mean, we have to enforce. We're trying to come up with a basket of proposals to protect everyone, the new residents of the development and the city from liability. These are public streets, right? Or unless these are private streets?
They're public streets.
Okay, and again, it's illegal to leave open gates, and I was very impressed with some of the conditions that said that you would have basically a road monitor, but you're working 12 hours a day, there's another 12 hours of the day, and that seems to be when the vagrancy or something occurs, so I guess I'm not sure.
I mean, I think the question you're asking about is who's ultimately liable for the conduct of a wild animal, and I don't know that it's necessarily either one of us. The state obviously has some jurisdiction over this, but I think with respect to this development and the actions that this developer can impose as part of its project, the conditions they've agreed to are appropriate, and they're well suited to respond to the issue as best that they can.
Okay. Well, I know just from spending the last 6 years dealing with it, that the horses will at some point get out on the road. Like people will leave open your gates, people will cut your fence, horses will be on your road. It's your job as a company to fence out. That's a Nevada state law. And all I'm trying to say is how do we, make sure that these are enforced and it works. I want it to work for you. So I'll cede to my colleagues. I have a few other follow-up questions.
Okay, any additional questions from the body?
Vice Mayor, yeah, I do. I guess, Angela, this question would be for you. I guess I get a little concerned. I know that we will have other projects coming in where, some of the horses and animals could be a problem. And I think we talked about this, putting, sort of a policy in place or, some provisions when developers come in with these projects. So we're not trying to sort of do it on a case-by-case basis or sort of play it as we go. And I get there might be different circumstances depending on how many are there or what some of the reasons are for attracting, some of the horses. But is there some way we can do a better job of helping, our wild horse population and the developers so there's clarity? When you come in to do a project, you should know have a clear-cut idea of what we're going to request from you, because you should protect these animals in the capacity they need to be protected. So I'd like to know, is there something like that?
Yeah, again, Angela Foos for the record. Short term, I think one of our challenges has been not just requiring the fencing, but making sure that it's maintained. And I think that's a big part of Ms. Wilson's concern and what she's talked about today is we have a lot of this construction going on, and while they initially put up these, fences during construction, it's a nonstop problem of maintaining that fence. And we don't have requirements to maintain those fences. So based on these 8 conditions that we'll be adding to Daybreak if council so chooses, that gives us more teeth now to be able to say the city has the ability to require and enforce that those fences are maintained. Bigger picture, long term, what we're looking at is we can take these conditions and start adding these to future projects that are in similar locations. As part of the code update, one of the priorities we're looking at is coming up with some wild horse or feral horse policies. So this is something we'll be looking at bigger picture as part of next year, probably, depending on where you guys want to prioritize that. But this is something, as a city, we need to come up with some better policies and some standards so that we don't have to have this problem every time we have a tentative map that's, on the edge of development here. So I think this is a really good starting point with these conditions that Ms. Wilson and Daybreak have come together to work on. And again, it gives us the teeth and the ability to enforce that those construction fences are maintained. And we don't currently have that now. So this is definitely a step in the right direction.
Okay, and that would be great, Angela, but also, and Tracy, I hate to sort of volunteer your time in any capacity, but before, staff looks at those and they come back to council for approval, would you be willing to go through those to outline what a process should look like, what those requirements should be, to help guide us, with your expertise?
And she's nodding. She's muted,
yes.
But I believe she's nodding yes.
Yes, I'm going with a yes. Sure. That was a yes. Okay, great. All right, thank you so much. Really appreciate it. Okay, sorry. Go ahead, Vice Mayor.
No worries. Councilmember Breckus.
Yeah, I found the record that came up to us from the Planning Commission very difficult to decipher. It looks like, and I guess looking at the October 7th meeting agenda, that there were 3 tentative maps for Daybreak on that agenda. And the analysis, the agency review, some of the materials, I would presume, we're all looking at it as a threesome. But at the meeting, two of the tentative maps, the applicant requested a continuance on. So they're in the pipeline somewhere. Maybe they're coming on to a soon Planning Commission agenda. And that made me have difficulty looking at this one isolated one from a transportation perspective. And I guess part of the horse issue is transportation, because they're wildlife that uses the street network to go where they're going. And so I was wondering if you could explain from the maps this connections, because it seemed like the 2 that are on continuous seem to be more the precursors to doing some of the road infrastructure. And the road infrastructure, the access of this landlocked parcel to the rest of the street network is a concern to me, because in this PUD it was always of concern to me is how we will build these roadways on this sensitive, flood-prone terrain. So do you have that? Okay.
Yep. Let me zoom that in. One moment. Okay. So 3 tentative maps were submitted. They were 3 completely separate applications, right? So we had a tentative map for Village Area 3, and they paid their fees. They submitted their application. It was a completely separate tentative map application. 2 other completely separate tentative map applications were submitted on the same day. And that's because they want to be able to segregate these as separate projects, separate tentative maps. Typically, we see that when there's maybe a different housing product. So maybe they want to sell Village 23 to one home developer, and maybe they want to sell Village 24 to a different home developer, just as an example. So in this case, we reviewed 3 completely separate applications, 3 separate staff reports, 3 separate reviews. All of the agency review comments also had 3 completely separate applications to look at. So all of those had their own utility plan, their own grading plan. All of that was reviewed independently of each other. This one, Village Area 23, is the only one that went to Planning Commission. Those other 2 projects were continued for different reasons. They'll be going back to Planning Commission at a future time. So what we're left with is just Planning Area 23. As part of that, they are required to put in all of the backbone infrastructure, all the utilities and the roads. And the big issue here is that South Meadows will have to extend to Rio Wrangler, which will then extend up to their property. So that has to happen as part of this development, completely independent of those other 2 tentative maps.
Well, I mean, yes and no, because when I read those staff reports, when I read the conditions for this, it said it contemplated, the staff reports and the conditions contemplated the existence of those tentative maps that were pending, and it kind of gave a catch-all provision that, well, if 24 and 25 don't go forward, then 23 has to do it. Or if 24, 25, and 26, which are closer to the existing street network, don't go, then 23 has to do it. Is that an accurate summary?
Absolutely. It's going to be based on whoever comes in first has to build it out to their development. So if Village 23, which is the one we're talking about today, comes in first, they have to build the entire road, Rio Wrangler, to their development.
Now, how much of that road network goes through flood-prone territory?
So this is part of the AE flood zone, and it's not part of the critical flood pool. So kind of 2 separate areas. They are designing it, and Andy and Steve Strickland can give you specific details on how they're designing it. But that is all contemplated as part of the hydrology and as part of the design.
Now, tell me this, what sort of approvals will be required for that roadway construction if that comes as a separate project?
So when they come in with their final map, just like any project, they have to show as part of that final map their site improvement plans. And that includes all of the utilities and includes their roads. They can come in with that separately, or they can come in with that as part of the final map, but they're really married together for the project.
But what about the road network that extends beyond, because 24, 25, and 26 are somewhere out there? What about going through those, 24, 25, and 26? What are those going through to make that connection?
Yeah, if those guys come in first, let's say timing-wise, the next step for those tentative maps is to go to Planning Commission, and then they can come in with their final map and their site improvement plans. Let's say they come in first for their final map before this area. They have to build the road to the extent of the end of their development, and then when final map for Area 23 comes in, they take that extension and move it further along to their property.
I understand that, but I'm asking in terms of that development, is it going to need special use permits? Is it going to need any other approvals that are out there as when I read the PUD, like a CLOMAR or a new hydrology model? Because because this one got divorced from the others, it's a more complex project because it's more isolated, and so it has more obligations on it. And if we're looking at it, and we have to look at it all on its own, we have to take in all that consideration to make the findings related to the environmental and the traffic concerns.
Yeah, so the CLOMAR and LOMAR is not required for any of this portion, and when I say this portion, I mean the developments east of Veterans Parkway. The CLOMAR and LOMAR will be required for areas west of Veterans Parkway, so that's completely separate from the 3 tentative maps that have so far been submitted.
Are they in the flood? Are they in wetlands or anything like that?
So again, Village Area 23 is what we're dealing with. There are no wetlands in Village Area 23. The unique thing about this is it used to be an aggregate pit. Mm-hmm. So it has kind of a a different set of environmental issues, I would say, than the rest of the Daybreak development.
But those are to those. But getting from 23 through 24, 25, 26 to the road, is that going to need cuts and fills or special use permits? Because usually your land you're developing is adjacent to the developed transportation network, doesn't need another permit. And this one, what kind of permit will it need?
I've gone dark. So those other tentative maps do not trigger a special use permit for cuts and fills. All of that was contemplated as part of the PUD. They did show a slope map as part of the development. Again, because it's an old aggregate pit, so it's a lot of dirt that's already been disturbed. Anything within, again, this area east of Veterans Parkway just triggers a special use permit. I'm sorry, just triggers a tentative map. They don't trigger any kind of special use permit.
Well,
okay, thank you. Councilmember Breckfast.
I'll have one more question after we go around again.
10 minutes. So I'm so thankful for your thoroughness, and so that's why I was letting you continue with the questions, because I was learning a lot along with you. But I want to see if any of my colleagues have any additional questions or comments at this time. Councilmember Dewar.
Yeah, thank you. I just wanted to continue on the...
Oh, hold on. Sorry, Councilmember Dewar.
Sorry, I just wanted to follow back along the horses for a minute and then go to something else. When I asked about the cameras, I want to be clear. First, I want to understand, is Rio Wrangler, the part that is dirt now, is that a public road per NRS, or is that a private road? Is it open for public transportation?
The dirt portion of Rio Wrangler, it's not a public road at this time.
Well, per NRS, if you've allowed people to drive on your road for X amount of time, it ends up being deemed a public road. And I'm just trying to understand, and maybe this is a question for our attorneys, I've dealt with this a lot in this general area, and the reason I ask is that at some point when the roads are developed, paved, they will want to transfer those roads over to the city. And prior to that, while it's under development, they're obviously taking care of the road. And usually in order to say something's a private road, you have to have had it locked for a certain amount of time, generally show that you have control. So I'm just trying to understand, is this road owned and operated by, and I'm trying to use, by this company, by another company, by a different landowner? Maybe the developer could explain.
Michael Pani for the record. I think, Councilman Dewar, what you're thinking of is what's referred to as an RS 2477 road.
Exactly.
These roads that were improved prior to 1976 on public land, federal lands, prior to them coming into private ownership. I'm not aware of any that Rio Wrangler is deemed a public road under that criteria.
So it's a private road.
So it would follow the normal process. It would be improved to city standards in accordance with PUD and offered for dedication.
Okay. So what I'm wondering about is, let's say you were building a grocery store, 7-Eleven or something. You know, security is often a part of that, and often the police work very closely with the owner of that 7-Eleven, the grocery store, whatever, because certain kind of things create certain kind of vandalism. And we have direct knowledge that this section of road and this general area are very subject to vandalism. It's gates, it's fences, it's fire, it's trash, it's hurting horses, it's all kind of things happening here. And what I'm trying to understand is, once you start development, there's going to be a lot of activity during the day, and what I'm trying to understand is, how are you planning to secure this area? I'm telling you, as a history, right now today, if people, I guess, trespassing because it's your private land, what are you thinking?
Again, where our intention is to develop this comparable to other developments in town, where the appropriate security is required at the time of development. I do think once you start having construction activity and some development activity on the site, the conditions will change. I'm not aware of the circumstances you're referring to, but that's not a concern to us.
Well, Tracy's here, and she's written it in her complaint, and I just want to make sure we got it on the record. We understand what you're getting into. Tracy, perhaps you're the right person to answer this. And you need to unmute yourself.
In terms of the vandalism and stuff that takes place, I mean, just from the standpoint of Palisades, that's a big development. It's already under construction. There's construction going on there, and people are still cutting the fences to access the hills. So just because you start construction doesn't mean they're gonna stop doing that. They think that that's all their public land that they can go recreate on and that they should have access. There was a guy last night with his vehicle buried in the mud in the wetlands, and another one high-centered on a berm, had to wait for a tow truck to pull them out. So, I mean, this stuff's going on all the time. Like she mentioned, there is fires and parties and all kinds of stuff going on. They're ramming the gates, they're cutting the fences. It is a problem. I've had a personal conversation with the chief of police over the Rio Wrangler gate, and he's gone down to look at it himself to try to come up with solutions, because it is an ongoing problem. There are no gates currently at Alexander Lake Road. It's a free out to the Southeast Connector bike path, which eventually leads to the Southeast Connector for horses, because nobody wants to take responsibility for it. And I will go on record here saying yet another horse organization has just purchased and picked up the gates to go at Alexander Lake Road. That should not be their responsibility.
So all I'm trying to get at here, so I could cut to the chase, is that you have a unique piece of property, and I'm going to come back on probably third round is talk about the water issues, but you have a unique piece of property. It is being treated as if it's public land right now, and I want to make sure sorry. I don't know if my volume's working. I want to make sure that you...
Councilmember Dewar, hold on 1 second. Mr. Durling, can you go on mute, please?
Okay.
Thank
I just
you.
want to make sure that you have full knowledge. You've bought a property that's wet, has mercury, has horses abutting it, has range issues, that people are generally treating as public land, your land itself, the land next to you. This has been an ongoing issue for 6 years that I've been intimately involved in, trying to manage, and I'm just alerting you. Everybody should just go in with eyes wide open, and I think these conditions are an excellent start. But I do think that you might want to go, even in your own self-protection, a step further. I think a couple cameras at each gate is a very proactive, inexpensive solution so that you can help you in terms of enforcing our laws and the state laws. That's my thought. If I would like to see that included in the condition, it's very inexpensive, and I think it would help all of us. The other issue is access to water and diversionary feeding. And the reason I bring it up is that why are we asking for fences? We want to get the horses away from your construction and the horses away from your ultimate people that are going to live in your development. So there's a carrot, there's a stick. The stick is the fence. The fence says, no, you can't go here. The carrot is the water and the food away from your property, either on the sides of your property, but not in the middle of your property. So you can't just say, sorry, horses, you can't come here anymore. They are large creatures. The best approach is both to have the stick, the fence, and good gate, and the feeding and water. And to Mayor Shivi's point about a set of recommendations for horse management, I think you need both. When we considered the Bella Vista project just south of your project, we asked them to construct 3 water tanks. They said they only wanted to do 2. We ended up denying their request. It has to be dealt with. We can't just close our eyes and pretend this is not a problem. So my suggestion is that we talk very simply out of condition about providing access to water and feed to draw it away from your project. The group that Tracy's with already has a permit to do that with Nevada Department of Agriculture. Maybe you work with them. I understand that you wouldn't want to necessarily do this. That's why mitigation is often done with third parties. But that's what I think to help you be successful. You know, it's just got to be addressed. And we can just talk about fencing with 8 conditions, but I really do think you need some camera security. I think you need some food and water. Those are my thoughts on that. So I'll
Thank you, Councilmember Dewar. Councilmember Delgado.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. Hearing a lot of my colleagues' suggestions and appreciate all their comments and their ideas. I'd like to take a step back and talk about the intent for why we're here today in the appeal. And from my understanding, correct me if I'm wrong, is Ms. Wilson, with all of her experience and her advocacy and her hard work, has been able to work out some conditions, I believe 8 of those conditions with Daybreak, which my understanding is they're amenable to and they would like to see move forward. If it wasn't for that appeal, the project would have been approved. And so I'd like to go back and take a look at what those conditions are, and then double check with Daybreak to make sure they're amenable to those eight conditions. And if that is the case, then for us to move forward with the project tonight and ready to make a motion with that. But I wanted to make sure that that's in strong written language, and that's what the appeal is for today, and that we're able to move forward with the tentative map.
Mr. Durling.
Thank you, Councilman Delgado, Michael Pani. I appreciate you kind of bringing us back to the purpose of the hearing. Yes, Daybreak is in agreement with those 8 conditions. We are very appreciative of Ms. Wilson working with us. We believe that is a good solution and the best path forward. And back to where I started in hopefully expediting this tonight, we would welcome a motion from council approving the map with those 8 conditions.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Pani. It'll be our last round here. Councilmember Breckus.
Yeah, when I look at the materials, like the preliminary grading plan and all, they seem to rely very much on 24, 25, and 26 coming in. And I'm just having a tremendously difficult time looking at this landlocked parcel with the drawings and everything, even the grading where it touches up, to the other tentatives. And I know there's a catch-all phrase that if the others don't go, this one has to do the road. I feel like that needs to be a little more, well, one, it has to comport with the documents that are attached, the preliminary grading and all. And 2, I think it needs its own perspective of more in-depth analysis as related to some of these issues. We really do have to, in my view, exist in a world where, those don't go. Those do not proceed. I mean, they came in all together. They were going to be sequential, and they're not. And now we have an isolated tentative out here, which if the other ones don't go forward, you're going to have a road to a subdivision, that's going to be kind of a speedway in, a speedway out, and, you'll have the horses out there. So I just don't understand, Ms. Foose, when the other ones came forward, why didn't you require this one then to be redesigned, quote, and reanalyzed with that, hanging out there by itself?
Bigger picture, this is part of a planned unit development. So the entire almost 4,000 units has been planned for and designed. Everything from the roads, the sidewalks, the parks and the open space, all of that is planned for. So while today we're looking at one piece, we know that ultimately in the next 15, 20 years, the other, 3,800 units is going to come back. So because we're not seeing all of it today as one piece, we got to go back to the big picture. This is a PUD. We can't forget that all of this has been planned for and envisioned. So just because you're today not looking at 3 tentative maps doesn't mean 2 months from now you won't be looking at the other 2 tentative maps. And hopefully we won't have to go on appeal, and they'll just go to Planning Commission and we can continue this process. But they are not dependent on each other. Each of those came in as completely independent projects, independent tentative maps. Bigger picture, if this project wants to move forward first, they are responsible for building the roads and putting in all the utility infrastructure.
Yeah, and I can appreciate the holistic nature of a PUD, but the sequencing, and the PUD state law does talk about phasing, is critical consideration, and I'm just having a hard time. If the other 2 came in I mean, this is the worst one to come first on its own, in my view, particularly because the issues we're bringing up are that of conflict on roadways. And so if you're bringing to us a tentative that's landlocked, isolated out here, needs its own infrastructure extension, and there's no timeline for the others to come in and phase, I just cannot make the findings. And I want to get back to Mr. Delgado's point of, well, this is about the agreements and their agreement and so on. No, it's all a new analysis when it comes up to us, just like the other one. And I do find linkage over to this isolated, non-sequential phasing. So I'm having a hard time with this one.
Thank you, Councilmember Breckus. Any additional questions from the body? Councilmember Dewar? Is
Thanks.
this the third round?
Yeah, I understand.
No worries. Just making sure I remember where we are.
No, I remember where we are. I have to agree with Ms. Breckus on her last comment, which is that when it comes to us, you've already acknowledged, Mr. Reese, about this being a de novo hearing, and I got to imagine that the applicants didn't want to have to look at everything, and we all hope that we can just look at one thing. I'm very appreciative for Ms. Wilson bringing this forward and for the applicant's willingness to address these issues. They are real issues. We didn't make them up. They are unremitting, and they need to be addressed. I don't think that we've gone far enough. There's a finding H that talks about that the physical land characteristics, floodplain, soil slope, and that it seems to be the area that covers natural resources and wildlife. And we have another section that says the effect of the proposed subdivision on existing public streets, need for new streets to serve the subdivision. Both of those are being challenged. I think you guys are almost there. I truly do. You've done a big basket. I appreciate the conditions. But I also know Ms. Wilson hasn't actually asked for everything. We got about 17 letters here, and most of them also say, in addition to the fencing, which is a must-do, and maintenance of the fencing, they also need this food and water addressed. And so I'm struggling because I don't think we've addressed the entire, I think we've gone extremely forward. And I thank you all for doing it and agreeing to it. I think we should be doing a little bit more, and I don't think it would take very much more to get there and solve this problem. So that's my challenge right now. I will just ask one final question of the applicants. There's already a camera up, I believe, at Rio Wrangler at the gate. It's not a sufficient high-tech enough camera. I've talked to our police chief already. We were probably going to be installing at city expense a camera because we have to be able to enforce our rules and enforce our laws. And I'm wondering, I mean, you don't have any problem with us installing cameras on our own public right-of-way, do you? And that would go for Alexander Lake Road as a public to a point. I mean, is there any issue I'm missing here?
No, we don't have an issue with you installing a camera on your own right-of-way.
Yeah. Okay. So I just wanted to make sure you know that would be probably a next step. I've already talked to our police chief about it. He says it's the only answer to dealing with the vandalism that's occurring. So there's that. Do you have a willingness to work with the water and the food situation?
One of the concerns I would have, of course, it's illegal to feed a wild horse. So we would have concerns with complying with state law. We would also have concerns about claims that we're enticing the horses or encouraging the horses to come down the mountain. I think the plan that we put together is an appropriate plan. I think those issues are best left to the experts, range management experts, which we definitely are not. And I think the conditions that we've agreed to tonight are a good path forward.
Well, I would encourage you, I guess, as a final statement, is that other landowners, such as Tesla, such as blockchains, are in fact working with these organizations to provide food and water, and it's diversionary. It's to protect your roads. The fences can't do it by themselves. I'm not asking you to break any laws, obviously, Mr. Bonney. I'm asking you to work with people who already have agreements with the Nevada Department of Agriculture to do so, to protect your citizens and your roads. So if you say you can't do it or you don't want to, I hope you'll think about it offline. But I just don't think we've quite got there. So I appreciate the time, and I'm sorry. Thank you for the thorough discussion, and thank you for what you're willing to do.
Okay, any additional questions or comments from the body? Councilmember Jordan.
Thank you, and I'll just be brief. I just wanted to give some appreciation to Ms. Wilson and your dedication and your work on this front. It is noble work for sure, as well as to the appellant for coming to the table with a number of the items. I know it's a very passionate thing, and coming to agreement even on 8 points is a good step, and it's very valued. And to the council representative, Oscar Delgado, and your work on this, deferring to you on this for sure, in respect for you and the work that you've done. So, thank you.
Thank you. Any additional questions from the body? Before I come to Mr. Delgado, may I just say, Ms. Wilson, thank you for your presentation this evening. I am happy with the agreements that have been reached, but like Councilmember Dewar said, I would like to encourage the folks, Mr. Durling, Mr. Pagny, the folks from Daybreak, to really take this discussion offline. I would encourage you to meet with Ms. Dewar, and I'm happy to meet with you as well at any time, and with Ms. Wilson, because we are getting on almost a daily basis a number of different concerns and complaints. And while I don't want to add additional conditions tonight, because I feel like my role is not to change the agreements that you all have made here tonight. If there are things that can be done in addition to them, but they need more time to come to fruition, I just think it's worth your time as good neighbors to spend the time working with Ms. Wilson and Ms. Dewar and with your adjacent property owners, you know, Palisades and the other groups, because you're all in the boat. And at the end of the day, we do not want to have accidents on our roadways. And if there's some small measure that can be taken, like a camera, obviously I don't know all the issues because I haven't heard of them before tonight's camera-related question. But if it's a question about what happens in 15 years and are we using cameras or have we invented new technologies or whatever, I don't know. But my point is work with this body, work with Ms. Wilson, because you're coming back in front of us multiple times in the next couple of years. Do not make us use the approach being kind of that carrot or stick approach with you all. Go the extra mile to do the things that Councilmember Dewar is suggesting might be appropriate, even if I haven't asked for them tonight. So that is my advice, my sincere wish that you would do, and just contemplate these things as we move forward, because there may be other things that come forward that are similar in nature. Thank you so much for all of your presentations and time, Ms. Wilson. I am looking forward to working with you in the coming years on these issues, and I will leave this now to the good gentleman, Mr. Oscar Delgado.
Thank you, Vice Mayor, and I think thank you again, Ms. Wilson, for the new standard. Really, as Angela Foos had stated earlier, it's a new standard that we're going to be able to hopefully duplicate and make better as we start to see development along the range. So thank you for your efforts and advocacy. And again, thank you to the appellants. With that being said, Vice Mayor, I'd like to make a motion to move to modify the Planning Commission's decision with agreed upon 8 conditions that have been outlined by Ms. Wilson, and move to approve the tentative map.
Second, Weber.
I have a motion by Councilmember Delgado, a second by Ms. Weber. For discussion purposes, any additional questions? Councilmember Breckes.
Yeah, I cannot support the motion. And I remember when we went through the Daybreak that this was not the most challenging land, and actually thought before they sued us that they'd just be coming in for a tentative map on this, eastern area, and it'd be taken care of that way. But they sued us, and then the decision was reversed, and we all know how that went, and we're working out of a PUD, and this is the first tentative map, but it was really going to come in with 2 tentative maps that allowed for the sequencing. And I cannot because those got divorced out, doesn't comport with the materials in the packet, I can't make finding E related to master plan conformity. I don't have at my disposal the particular master plan policies, but they are the one about timing, concurrency to some degree, but also F, general G, effect of the proposed subdivision on existing public streets and the need for new streets or highways to serve the subdivision. This out of sequence timing that puts this burden of this long road through these parcels that are outside that may or may not subdivide is difficult for me, because we could have roads to nowhere. Now maybe they'll catch up, and maybe they'll be at the Planning Commission next month. I just don't understand why the decision wasn't made to hold this one back with the other ones to allow them to come forward as a more sequenced development. That's what would have made me more comfortable to feel that the infrastructure is going in a timely way. So I cannot support this motion.
Councilmember Dewar, the floor is yours.
Yeah. I am really torn. I want to support this because I think it's a very important step forward. And I am really challenged by this G because I don't have the certainty. I'm supposed to be able to make a finding and have certainty. I really appreciate Vice Mayor Reese's comments because it anticipates a proactive working relationship. Daybreak is going to have miles and miles along the Virginia range of development, miles, more miles than any other development. This is going to be, this part of the issue is going to be ever present in this development. There's no getting away from it. And so I think it's an extremely affirmative step forward. So on that basis, I want to support this. And I'm willing to give the benefit of the doubt. I know the three people sitting looking at us. I don't see the fourth person. They're hidden from the camera. But are you at least willing to continue having a conversation about this and seeing what else? I mean, you do have further developments, other villages, not just these two that you didn't bring forward, but others. I just want to know we're going to continue making progress. This is going to be for the life of this project, 100 years at least. So you have to figure this out.
If I can answer, yes, Councilwoman Dewar, absolutely we're willing to continue to work. I think hopefully our willingness to work with Ms. Wilson and really agree to everything she had brought forward to us is kind of a testament to that. We have been talking to adjacent property owners. We're recognizing that this is an issue, and we want to be part of the solution, and so we're actively engaged in that.
Okay, I know you abut Bella Vista, and I know that we had again denied Bella Vista because of lack of water for the horses. And these two projects, not this part of your village, that's another village, but when you come in, those two villages abut, and it's a perfect place where that crossing is to put a watering area. And so just to allow them, rather than construct something that has to be taken care of forever, and it's the path of least resistance and most sustainability. So with that understanding, thank you, Mr. Reese, for kind of daylighting the ongoing relationship. I'm going to support this. I appreciate what you guys have done and what Ms. Wilson has done. I wish it was over. It's not over. We're going to make it even better. So thank you.
Okay, I have a motion and a second. All those in favor, please signify by saying aye. Aye. Any opposed, nay?
Nay.
Motion carries. Ms. Wilson, thank you for the lateness of the hour and for your dedication. Have a good evening. Mr. Durling, Mr. Pondy, and the applicants, or the developers, thank you. I'll note for the record, any person who filed this appeal and is aggrieved by a decision of the City Council may apply for judicial review of the decision within 25 days of the date of that notice of the decision is filed by the City Clerk pursuant to NRS 278.3195. Okay, Madam Clerk.
Mr. Vice Mayor, with that, transitioning to item J1, which is general public comment. It should be noted for the record, general public comment is reserved for items received after 4 p.m., the business day preceding the date of our meeting. We received public comment from Jennifer Spade, Melinda Smith on behalf of BAN, Frank Schenk, and Maya Sherman. These have been submitted to council and are part of the official record. It should also be noted that there were no voicemails received. With that, Mr. Vice Mayor and Council, as we've already adjourned the redevelopment meeting, we will be transitioning to adjournment of council.
Okay, I have a motion by Councilmember Weber, a second by Councilmember Breckus. All those in favor, please signify by saying aye. Aye. Any opposed, nay. Motion carries unanimously. Good night.
Mr. Vice Mayor, I'd like to just note for the record, our next regularly scheduled council meeting will be on November 12th due to the Veterans Day holiday. So that will be on Thursday, November 12th at 10 a.m.
And we'll see each other tomorrow, I think, yes?
Thank
But
you.
not for a regular.
Tomorrow.
Okay, thank you. Good night.